Chapter 1224. The boring banquet came to an end in awkwardness, faster than Lu Xiaoyi had imagined. Perhaps the sun gods couldn't continue to flatter each other like this. From beginning to end, there was no contact between the Yuanying, as if there was an invisible wall. Xian Liuzi gathered everyone together. The overall situation of the mission has been decided, and the results are in line with expectations. It's even better than what we had imagined before we came. It's all thanks to everyone's hard work and those Dao friends who died in battle. You are all meritorious officials, and when you return to Juxian, you will all be rewarded. Let's not talk about this first. There are still some things that need to be dealt with, and it will take time, about 10 years. I won't deny that this time was also deliberately fought for by us. The purpose is to give you the opportunity to go to the various countries of the Heaven's Choice continent to see more, walk around more, make friends, or find a Dao companion. The purpose is to fully understand the mindset of the small and medium-sized countries of Heaven's Choice, and their views on the future of Heaven's Choice. If there is a change, how will they determine their position? The meaning of Xian Liuzi's words was very clear. The Supremes were in charge of the large countries, which were the countries with the innate tablets. The Yuanying were in charge of the small countries, which were the small and medium-sized forces that relied on the tablets. To be honest, our manpower is a bit tight, but we can't have the best of both worlds. If there were more people at the beginning, the scale of the competition would be bigger and more uncontrollable. Therefore, we can only ask everyone to work harder, to walk around more, don't stay in one place. With Echo Valley as the center, we will radiate out in more than 10 directions, and each disciple will be in charge of one direction. In these 10 years, we will have to come into contact with at least 5 countries' Heaven's Choice cultivators, and only then can we gather a relatively credible result. It will be very difficult, but this is our responsibility here, because you are outstanding enough. The sect will remember you, and Juxian will remember you. Your selfless dedication will bring at least 10,000 years of peace to Juxian. This is our glory. Xian Liuzi was very good at stirring up emotions. Although he talked for a long time, he didn't promise anything. To him, the trip to Heaven's Choice was originally an opportunity, and many people wanted to come but couldn't. How many people would fall for his trick? No one knew. Anyway, on the surface, everyone was the same. Their blood was boiling, and they didn't care about life and death. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. As for who was really on steroids and who was just pretending, who could say for sure? Lu Xiaoyi believed that he was not the only one among the 11 people who looked like him. As for complaining in his heart, he was not the only one. Xian Liuzi changed the topic. Regarding the risks of Heaven's Choice, I will also be honest. For us cultivators, where is there no risk? If you go back to Juxian and travel through the origin world, will there be no danger? Not necessarily, right? It was the same for Heaven's Choice. There is no danger from the government. At least we are still in the diplomatic stage. You are representing Juxian. You are the emissaries. You are protected and treated well. It can even be said that you are privileged in some aspect. But I want to remind you to use your privileges carefully. You are all smart people and you know what I mean. There was still a risk. The risks come from the normalized competitions and conflicts in the Heaven's Choice world of cultivators, as well as the friends and family of the cultivators killed by you in the competition. This was something that couldn't be completely stopped, even though the Great Empire Alliance had already issued an order for reconciliation. This is the cultivation world. Cultivators have never been obedient and law-abiding citizens. Xian Liuzi waved his hand and said with a heroic attitude, cultivators should be fearless. They should not be afraid of danger. They should be responsible. Several hundred years later, when you reach another level and look back on today, you won't blame me for giving you such a difficult mission. Instead, you will thank me for providing you with such a rare opportunity for your cultivation world. Direction. Let's wait and see. What I can do for you in the real world is to strictly keep the direction you choose to travel in secret. Among the people who came with you in Juxian, apart from yourselves, only I know where you choose to go. I even allow you to change your direction if you feel danger during this process. Or, you can simply come back. It had to be said that as a leader, Xian Liuzi completely embodied his temperament. Although he was very cunning and very hypocritical, he was very responsible and responsible. He then pointed at Lu Xiaoyi and Shong Yuan. The two of you can reject this mission and stay in the station. If you want to go out for a walk out of personal interest, I won't stop you. However, you don't need to report to anyone, including the elders of your sects and us, the leaders of the sun gods. No one had any objections. Everyone knew that the two of them had killed too many heaven's chosen people, so the risk was far greater than others. If they were to show their faces in front of tens of thousands of cultivators, whether it was those who held grudges or those who just wanted to test their skills, there would definitely be an endless stream of people coming after them. There was a limit to one's strength. If they were in such a situation in someone else's territory, they would not be far from death. No matter how outstanding they were only yuanning. There were perfected cultivators above and traps below. It was impossible to guard against. After the arrangements were made, Xian Liuzi swept a glance at everyone. Early or late, everyone had their own thoughts. He did not need to be too careful and left it to fate. Xiao Yarou Yu and the other three gathered together again. Black Star was just about to open his mouth when he was stopped by the Chong flute. Don't tell us that it's not just you, but also one ear. Your actions are completely independent. We completely agree with senior brother Xian Liuzi's suggestion and will not interfere. Tomorrow, the two of us will go to different countries of heaven's choice. This time, under special circumstances, we have to make special arrangements. Don't meddle in other people's affairs and take care of yourself. In an unfamiliar environment, in an unfamiliar cultivation country, danger was everywhere. The only thing they could do was to minimize the range of their whereabouts. In any case, there would be no reinforcements here, so it did not matter if the diplomatic mission knew or not. Daoist Chuan left behind a sentence. The most dangerous competition has passed. Every cultivator who contributed has the right to enjoy the fruits of victory. However, the prerequisite is that you have to survive first. Take care of yourselves. Lu Xiaoyi appreciated this kind of action. It was very humane. They were responsible for their own lives. They did not count on others, and they did not blame others. He had obtained a very detailed map of the Heaven's Choice continent from his martial uncles. Just from this point alone, it was much more convenient than the main world. In the main world star map, small sects would only have the range of their own universe. Large forces might have the knowledge of dozens of nearby universes. Any further and they would not be able to do it in detail. This was the limit of the universe's void. However, the Heaven's Choice continent was different. In the end, it was just a continent. Even if it was very large, there were laws to follow. Here, maps were not strategic materials. Many cultivators could buy them. The continent was right there. No one could fake it, and there was no need to. To outsiders, it was very important. Chapter 1225. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi also wanted to go out. How could he stay in a place like Echo Valley for more than 10 years? It wasn't for traveling. The most important thing about traveling was to relax. If you were paranoid all day, guarding against sneak attacks and mischief, you wouldn't be able to appreciate the local customs, history, and culture. If your heart wasn't calm and your eyes weren't clear, you wouldn't be able to see the essence of life hidden under the ordinary. He was searching with his own goals. There was nothing to hide, because he felt that in this mysterious land, he would probably take the most important step on the path of cultivation. He opened the map. This was the largest map he had ever seen in his life. There were tens of thousands of countries. It was dizzying. The map was very clear and carefully labeled. It was the most complete and most authoritative official product of the Heaven's Choice mainland. The entire map was divided into 3 colors. If there were more, it would seem messy. This was just right. There were 36 green pieces, representing countries with innate tablets. Next was yellow. There were nearly 1,000 colored pieces, representing countries with famous Hutian Daos. Finally, there were 8,000 to 9,000 white pieces, representing the most common unorthodox tablets in the Heaven's Choice mainland. Of the 36 Cyan kingdoms, 6 of them were grey. If one looked closely at the labels, they would realize that these were the kingdoms of morality, destiny, merit, void, slaughter, and impermanence. These were the kingdoms where the great Taos of morality, destiny, merit, virtue, void, slaughter, and impermanence were. What he was looking for was. His divine sense flashed across the map. At the border of the map, there was a small red dot at the border of the immemorial sacred beast region. He couldn't tell if it was a country or a sacred beast region. He sent his divine sense in. The label was very simple, nameless tablet. The reason he could find this location so quickly was because of the information left behind by Daoist Sander and Huang Nian's guidance. It was indeed inconspicuous. Lu Xiaoyi stared at it for a long time, his heart filled with emotions. He didn't know who set up this nameless sword Dao tablet. He hadn't been in the sect for hundreds of years, so there were many things he didn't know. Although Martial Uncle Mi had told him a lot, he wasn't a member of Shenyuan. Time was limited, so it was impossible for him to teach him everything. But from the fight with Huang Nian, he knew that this sword Dao tablet was probably set up by the swordsman in Shenyuan. As for who it was, although he had some guesses, he couldn't be sure. Then, where could he go? Where could he go? Where do you want to go? Heaven's Choice Continent's greatest characteristic was the Great Dao Stele. It was probably the place that all Juxian cultivators wanted to explore. He was no exception. Not entering the Great Dao Stele was like entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed, too hypocritical. After studying the map for several hours, Zhongxian finally came to a decision. He put the map away and stood up. There were no buildings in the Echo Valley. It was quite suitable for the people of Juxian to settle down. Because the main road had passed, no one came to disturb them. It was very quiet. With a sway of his body, Lu Xiaoyi appeared beside a stream in the valley. Beside the stream, a Daoist was fishing happily. Lu Xiaoyi stepped forward and bowed. Old senior, this disciple still wants to go out for a walk, but I'm not sure. So, I would like to ask senior to give me a lift. Immortal Liuzi glanced at him. This little fellow was very smart. He did not have the arrogance of other young disciples. He knew that if he came to him, he would be saved. Yes, I can guarantee that you won't be discovered for the first 10,000 miles, but after that, you can only rely on your own ability. Lu Xiaoyi said with a smile, 10,000 miles is enough. With such a big circle, even the sun god wouldn't be able to keep an eye on it, right? Immortal Liuzi shook his head and laughed. Little fellow, you still lack understanding of upper-level perfected monarchs. If they want to keep an eye on you, they will definitely keep an eye on you. It's just that they don't need to spend the effort. As far as I can see, they won't waste their energy on you. No matter what, keeping an eye on the perfected monarchs is more valuable. I'll give you some tricks, but you have to pay attention to your words and actions. If you continue to be as unrestrained as in the Dao tablet space, no one will be able to help you. With a wave of his hand, he rolled up his sleeves and sent the little fellow out. In fact, he was somewhat puzzled. If he was the master and was in charge of receiving the guests, although the main target would definitely be the perfected monarchs, he would not let his guard down against the swordsmen and upper-level perfected monarchs who performed so well in the Yuanying. Especially this swordsman, the threat he would pose when he grew up would be too great. He was very curious. Was the heaven's chosen person so indifferent? Was he really that confident, or was he just pretending to be defy? But this little question about the little swordsman was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. There were too many things to consider. There were too many things to consider. This was not a problem of one or two cultivators, but a problem between two extremely large realms. As the master of the envoy, he had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Most importantly, he had to make an accurate judgment of the heaven's chosen person's next move. This was something that could not be wrong. Lu Xiaoyi appeared thousands of miles away. To be honest, even he himself did not know where he was. What country was it? He did not understand the methods of the immortal Liuzi. The difference in their realms was too great. Moreover, the difference in their orthodoxy was completely incomprehensible. As long as he achieved his goal, it was fine. As for the method used, It was not important. He himself also had many methods to sneak out of the Echo Valley. But after thinking about it, under the remote sensing of many sun spirits, it was basically impossible to do so without attracting attention. Therefore, the safest and most worry-free method was to ask the immortal Liozi. If he could sit, then he should not stand. If he could lie down, then he should not sit. He understood this principle very well. In this place, nothing was foolproof. Only the sun spirits could ensure the greatest concealment. After all, the Heaven's Choice continent was the stage of the sun spirits. No matter how happily this little bug jumped, a bug was still a bug. Being aimless was also a method. As for how to disguise himself, he had his own ideas. In fact, for him, the safest method was to become a monk again. Who would have thought that an iron-blooded swordsman would actually have the power of merit? But this was also a method that he quickly eliminated. The reason was very simple. At his current stage, this kind of disguise was very unsuitable for him. Before he reached the upper realm, it was not advisable to change his allegiance, even if it was just an act. In fact, for him, if there was really a sun spirit watching him closely, it would be useless no matter what he disguised as. If the sun spirit treated him like a fart and let him go, even if he was a daoist, he still had many ways to make people unable to see him for a while. It was nothing more than the aura, mystery, mana fluctuations, and finally the appearance. These could all be changed for yuaniing. In the vast sea of people, it was actually very difficult to find each other while yuaniing. Who didn't know how to use the second-hand breath concealment technique? What he was best at was being with the stars. He could very naturally suppress his cultivation to the Jindan realm. This was a very suitable realm. It would not delay the speed of his journey, nor would it cause people to lean on the majestic swordsman in the space of the Tao tablet. Heaven's Choice was really too big. Tens of thousands of cultivators scattered and returned to their homes. The possibility of encountering one of them was very small. Moreover, everyone was in the state of comprehending the impermanence flower of Tao. They needed a quiet period of time to reflect. This was also the reason why he came out in the first place. Chapter 1226. This was Zhao country, a white area on the map. The Tao tablet was also very ordinary. It was the Tao of spring rain, so the cultivation power in the country was not strong. He walked forward at a steady pace. He looked at the scenery, the people, and the styles. Through this method, he could understand what he was doing. A month later, he walked slower and slower because some things gradually became clearer and some ideas became firmer. He passed by a small town by the mountain and found a small tavern. He ordered a pot of local aged wine and a plate of salted peanuts. He drank alone under the setting sun. The wine was strange. It was not that there was anything wrong with it, but the taste was strange. It should be a combination of some kind of medicinal wine. There was a medicinal fragrance in the spiciness. When he drank it, he did not feel it at first, but the aftertaste lingered. It was as if there was heat seeping into his internal organs. It was especially comfortable in the winter. Of course, this level of medicinal power was insignificant to him, but it was still quite extraordinary to be able to induce heat in cultivators using mortal wine. What exactly is in this wine? I feel that it is different from the others. The tavern owner looked at him warily. It is a 1,000-year-old recipe. Forgive me for not revealing it. If you like it, you can have a few more cups. It will give you extra strength when you travel. Don't worry, the wine will not go to your head. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Sorry, I have no intention of prying into your tavern's secret recipe. I just feel that although this wine is good, it is spicy when it goes down the throat and the taste is not good. I see that your business is average. Why don't you make some changes to your winemaking skills? Or you can add some mild medicine to neutralize it. I think this wine will sell better. The tavern owner let down his guard. You seem to like wine, but you don't know that my wine recipe has been passed down for thousands of years. Countless generations have tried it. Some have succeeded, and some have failed. In the end, I still returned to the old ways of my predecessors. There is no other reason. When drinking wine, you have to look at its audience. In big cities, rich families, high officials, and scholars, of course, this wine is not good enough. Not to mention selling it, no one even wants to make it into slop. But here, the mountain roads are rugged and the climate is gloomy and cold. Most of the people who come here to drink wine are peddlers, woodcutters, and hunters. What they care about is not the taste, but whether the after effects last long, whether the medicinal effects last long, whether it can withstand the cold of the deep mountains, whether it can promote the growth of the yang energy, then it is a good wine. Therefore, the key was not whether the wine was good or not, but whether it was suitable for different people. If the customers feel that it's a little spicy, if I really change it to mianhe, my old customers won't come anymore. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but laugh. Give me another pot so that we can hurry through the night. The tavern owner's words were actually very simple logic. As a cultivator, and a Yuanian grand cultivator at that, it was impossible for him to not understand. However, in a person's life, there were many things that even if you understood, you might not be able to react to when you actually encountered them. Suitability was the best. It sounded simple, but it was actually very difficult to achieve. This was also the reason why Lu Xiaoyi walked slower and slower, and finally stopped at this small tavern to drink wine and watch the sunset. He was beginning to realize this problem. Heading straight for the nameless sword Dao Stele, was that what he really needed? Did he need a place like this to raise his cultivation level? Even if this was a legacy left behind by a sword immortal? Before a sword immortal became a sword immortal, where did his legacy come from? Did he learn it from someone else? If he learned it from someone else, how could he be so immoral? The path of a sword immortal might not be his path. What was suitable for him might be something else. Sword saint or sword god? Or sword soldier? Could one become a sword immortal just by learning from a sword immortal? This was the most laughable idea, looking up at the 36 heavens, which one completely learned from someone else before walking up there. People in different environments should drink different wine. People in different eras, people with different personalities should have a sword that belonged to them. He had already paved a path that belonged to him on the path of swordsmanship in close to 1,000 years of cultivation. There was no reason for him to change himself when the framework of the system was more or less set. The achievements of a sword immortal were, of course, beyond his reach at the moment, but who knew if he would reach such heights in the future? Would he become a sword immortal? Or would he become a sword soldier that silently cultivated his own path of swordsmanship? This thought had been tormenting him. The most suitable was the best. It was such a simple principle, but when it was finally placed in front of him, the choice was still incomparably difficult. That was a sword immortal. That was the highest achievement of a swordsman since the beginning of this era. What did it mean? Even if the latecomers could not reach such heights, it seemed acceptable to be slightly inferior. Golden immortal? True immortal? Human immortal? To say no to authority, one needed great courage and incomparable confidence. Were you sure that your own path of swordsmanship could reach such heights? Under such pressure, even someone as resolute as Lu Xiaoyi began to hesitate. He was also caught in a dilemma on which choice to make. But this hesitation slowly became clear during the journey. This was the benefit of relaxing his mind. It calmed his boiling hot mind and calmed his surging blood. When he heard the tavern owner's words, it was not that the knowledge of this mortal had truly influenced him, but that his thoughts had already taken 99 steps. He only needed the final hammer to make the final decision. The tavern owner had helped him swing the hammer. Lu Xiaoyi drank a mouthful of wine with satisfaction. Yes, in the future, he could write another thick stroke in his biography. Lu Zhu was enlightened by a mortal in a certain small town on a certain date. From then on, he began his unique path of swordsmanship. Very cultivation. Very mainstream. It was in line with all the preaching of Taoism. In fact, how could a mortal decide the thoughts of a cultivator? The reason for this was because the cultivator had already considered this for a long time. In the end, in order to be similar to the novels, they had deliberately arranged it. Cultivators also need to talk about stories. He would not go to the nameless sword path monument. After making this decision, Lu Xiaoyi felt much more relaxed. This was not a permanent decision. It was only temporary. When he became a perfected lord and his path of swordsmanship was completely fixed, he would of course go. However, he would not have the attitude of a primary school student who worshipped him. Instead, he would compare, challenge, and learn from the competition. He could not do it now because he was still a small seedling in front of a sword immortal's path of swordsmanship. It was not that he did not have confidence in himself, but the huge gap was there. It was not that he could not be influenced just because he did not want to. There were some influences that were imperceptible. Silently, they would change his original path without him noticing. This was exactly what he wanted to avoid. He was the nascent soul, but he was also the sword. This was his true self. He finally thought it through. This opened his mind and he drank a few more pots. He also filled a few jars with the tavern owner's hidden wine as a memento. Once the tavern owner was happy, he catered to his tastes. Customer, are there any specific steps for the change you mentioned? You are right. Accepting all rivers into the sea and learning from others is the way of our tavern. Lu Xiaoyi's mood instantly changed. He really wanted to smash the wine jar at this blind tavern owner. The great Tao, the great Tao, the great Tao of boasting. It made sense no matter what he said. Chapter 12:27. If he didn't go to the nameless sword Tao tablet, there was another benefit, which was safety. He could imagine that most of the Heaven's Choice forces who had ill intentions towards him would choose to ambush him near the nameless sword Tao tablet without exception. Knowing that he had to go, it would save him time and effort. When the time comes, the law can't punish the masses. Perfect. He had disappointed everyone. Lu Xiaoyi took out the Heaven's Choice map again. He had to search carefully. If he didn't go to the sword Tao tablet, then where else could he go? The postnatal Tao tablet? He wouldn't go. He would rather eat a peach of immortality than eat a basket of rotten peaches. It wasn't that he looked down on the postnatal Tao. Since every postnatal Tao could be built here, it was the work of countless seniors. Many of the founders of the postnatal Tao had actually entered the ranks of Celestials. In terms of complexity, it wasn't much inferior to the innate Tao. But the problem was, he didn't have time. There were still 30 innate Taos to learn and comprehend in advance. Where would he have the time to deal with these close to 10,000 postnatal Taos? Thanks to him, he was already too spread out and couldn't take care of everything. If he increased the burden, who could withstand it? Could he go to the innate Tao tablet? Not necessarily. Before the collapse of the Taos, the innate Tao tablet was the private land of the half-immortals. The perfected monarchs could enter, but the time they dared to enter was extremely limited. Now that the half-immortals were summoned to the unspeakable place, it was the perfected monarch's turn to be the masters. Yuanying could occasionally enter to take a look, and there were still teachers from his own country inside to look after. For someone like him who had a blood debt, if he entered the Tao tablet in a daze, if he met the elders of those families, they would definitely give him a hard time. He had the ability to fight against normal Yin Master perfected monarchs, but that referred to a sudden encounter and separation immediately after contact. It didn't refer to this kind of long-term interaction. A lone wolf might be able to bite a weak and sick tiger to death, but if he ran into the tiger's den and did as he pleased, then he would really be asking for trouble. Then, there weren't many choices left. There were only 6 spots left. It wasn't to comprehend, but to pay homage. It was the 6 Taos that had already collapsed. Among them, the most recent one was the Impermanence Tao of Massacre. A few days ago, the Impermanence Tao of Massacre dissipated without a single Tao source. Before that, Heaven's Chosen had already used the same method to speed up the collapse of the Tao source of Massacre. However, it was unknown who benefited from it in the end. These 6 completely worthless Tao steelies piqued his interest. Only in his current situation would he be interested in this. His nascent soul had become more and more inclined towards forming its own path in the process of cultivation. There was no precedent to rely on. That was because he was a nascent soul. I am the only one. If you were to learn from someone else's path to the upper realm, would you still be me? Therefore, he had his own unique premonition about how to reach the upper level. The most direct premonition was that when he fully grasped the 6 innate Taos to a certain extent, His nascent soul would undergo a change that everyone was looking forward to. He had already mastered the 5 elements: fate, merit, void, and slaughter. Now that he had Anitya Helgard, he had a total of 6. And yet, the change that he had expected didn't happen. The premonition was still very strong, which meant that there was no problem with the direction. Nothing had happened, so it could only mean that there were still some things that had not been done. He didn't know what it was. He could only slowly explore it himself. It was hard to say how long it would take. 8 to 10 years was it? 100 to 100 years was it? But now, he only had close to 200 years. Whether he was nervous or full of time, it was only a matter of thought. Originally, he thought that the opportunity was with the nameless sword Dao Steely. Later, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. That was why he changed his path now. Regarding these 6 Dao realms, he felt that he had already thoroughly studied them. In this short period of time, he really couldn't think of any other direction that he hadn't thought of. Or perhaps, the connection between the 6. Fate, 5 elements, merit, void, slaughter, Anitya Helgard. Even if he was quick-witted, he still couldn't find a certain connection between these 6. He couldn't even form a sentence with these 6 words. Since he couldn't think of any way at the moment, he could only find the reason from the outside. What other reason could there be from the outside? It was nothing more than the 5 Dao Steely ruins and the 5 elements Dao Steely. Naturally, the 5 elements Dao Steely was placed at the top of the list. Because it was the only one that was still alive. Going to the 5 elements Dao Steely conflicted with his judgment. Needless to say, the 5 elements Dao Steely was the busiest among all the Dao Steelies of Heaven's Choice, because of the function of its foundation stone, but he wasn't a person who feared difficulties. Among the 6 Dao Steelies, entering the 5 elements Dao Steely was the most difficult. Therefore, he had to be the first to enter. This wasn't the time to start from easy to difficult. Cultivators who had reached this stage had to start from difficult to easy. There was another very important reason. On the map of Heaven's Choice, looking at the locations of the 6 innate Dao Steelies, he had to arrange the most suitable path for himself to save time. Otherwise, with the vastness of Heaven's Choice, he might not be able to go through all of them in 10 years. Not to mention the time he needed to study and study. The Tian country where the 5 elements Dao Steely was located was the closest to him among the 6 countries. Therefore, he actually didn't have any other better choices. After finding a good direction, he continued on his way. With a goal, he put everything else behind. A few months later, he entered the borders of Tian country. Here, he also recovered his cultivation to yuanying. There was nothing to pretend. Even if you pretend to be a Jindan, others wouldn't let you enter the Steely. Moreover, the cultivation world flourished with the 5 elements. There were many cultivators who cultivated the 5 elements. Originally, Tian country was the country with the most half-immortals in Heaven's Choice. Now that the half-immortals were gone, it became the country with the most sun spirits. If he pretended to be mysterious here, he wouldn't be able to explain himself if he was exposed. No matter what, there was one thing that was very convenient in Heaven's Choice. All the Dao Steelies were abnormally easy to find. There was probably no way to hide them, let alone destroy them. Therefore, it was better to just go to the defy. After entering Tian country, the number of great cultivators he met kept increasing. This was also in line with the status of the 5 elements Dao in the cultivation world. Here, he was just a small yuanying, tail tucked between his legs. Along the way, he thought about the conditions to enter the innate Dao Steely from Heaven's Choice continent. These things, Xian Liuzi had especially reminded them of when they were in Echo Valley. It was because he knew that their biggest wish when they were out traveling was to enter the Dao Steely. Therefore, he had explained the various rules to them very clearly. The principle was that the innate Dao Steely could only be encountered and not sought. There would always be a chance to find the postnatal Dao Steely. Actually, in the end, it was still because the cultivation level of yuanying cultivators was too low. So low that even if the half-immortals left, the innate Dao Steely wasn't a place they could casually enter. The resources were limited, the space was limited, Countless true monarchs were waiting for the direction of Tao unification. How could a small Yuanying like you have the chance? Chapter 1228. There was a fixed procedure for entering the innate Tao tablet. Before the collapse of the Great Tao, all 36 Great Tao countries were guarded by more or less half-immortals. The condition for entering the innate Tao tablet was that several half-immortals had to open the passage for you. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had to get their approval. Under normal circumstances, it was half-immortals who opened the passage, and those who entered the Tao tablet space were half-immortals from other countries. The meat was in the pot. The innate Tao tablet was basically a place for half-immortals to exchange favors. You come to me, I go to you. In the constant search, they would complete their goal of merging the Tao. Success, failure, everything was repeated. Under the circumstances at that time, the Supremes who could enter the innate Tao tablet were basically the direct descendants of the young spirit Supremes of their country. They were the ones who had the most hope to take another step forward. The others, such as the primordial spirit Yin spirit, basically had no chance, not to mention Yuanying. They could only sniff outside the tablet, listen to the sounds, and feel the aura unintentionally leaked out when the great cultivators entered and exited. It was similar to smelling farts. Under the circumstances at that time, Lu Xiaoyi could not even think about entering the innate Tao tablet. But after the collapse of the Great Tao, everything changed. When morality collapsed, there was basically no effect. When fate collapsed, the effect was not obvious. But when merit collapsed, many things were revealed. With the impermanence of the Great Void killing one after another, the rules of entering and exiting the innate Tao tablet also changed. Now, the people who set the rules were the various groups of young spirits. It was another rule, one that followed the changes of the Great Tao. When there were half-immortals, the amount of energy they used in the Great Tao tablet was terrifying. Now that they were true monarchs, the amount of energy they used was much smaller. They could also accommodate more people. This sounded like a blessing for Yuanying, but in reality, it wasn't the case. Now, the Great Tao Stele had become a means for the young gods of the 36 countries to trade with each other. Just like their half-immortal predecessors, if the young gods of other countries wanted to enter, they had to be bound by all kinds of conditions. Internally, the Great Tao tablet had finally opened an entrance for the potential seeds of the primordial soul Yin masters in his country's orthodoxy. It allowed qualified cultivators to enter, but this entrance had not been opened to the nascent soul stage. The official path had not yet opened to Yuanying. However, there were still private channels. For example, one could buy it with a spirit tablet. In the cultivation world, there was nothing that couldn't be traded, including the Great Tao, as long as you could afford it. Lu Xiaoyi had betrayed him before. Now that the heavens were clear, he was ready to swallow the bitter fruit. It was nothing much. Every sip and every peck was the heavenly Tao. As for the price of entering the innate Tao tablet, there was no fixed price. There was also no bureau of commodity prices. Basically, it was a market that followed the market. The innate Taos were all different from each other. It was no different from the mortal world's merchants. Look at the situation, look at the time, and look at how scarce the Great Tao is. It depended on the number of people who cultivated this path. Let's see if you have a backstage discount. For example, the people from Juzian had come to the Heaven's Choice continent. Although the number of people was limited, the Heaven's Choice continent still silently raised the price by 30% to show their respect to the guests and the hospitality of the hosts. As for time, the trend of the collapse of the Great Tao was already clear. If one collapsed, there would be one less Great Tao. Everyone was seizing the time to make a trip to their own Great Tao before it collapsed. And it could be expected that the more time passed, the more precious such opportunities would be. Therefore, from now until the beginning of the new era, the price would only rise and would never fall. In terms of the overall market situation, from the beginning of the merit collapse to the present, the price had doubled. This was not surprising. The young gods of Shangguo did not deny that the price would increase several times in the future. Don't think it's expensive. If you miss this wave, the price will not be this high next time. In terms of scarcity, The great Tao of the five elements would always be one of the most popular ones. The only one that could be compared to it was yin and yang. Other than that, there was no other rival. Therefore, the price was 50% higher than the average price of similar products. Among them, impermanence was undoubtedly the cheapest of the innate Taos. Now that it had collapsed, it was used by the Heaven's Choice continent to entertain the people from Juzian. The number of cultivators did not need to be mentioned. Daoist cultivators did not know the five elements and could not even release a few spells. The competition was obvious. The last one was the backstage. Lu Xiaoyi only had the backstage. There was no discount at the front stage. The combination of several factors was all unfavorable. There was no good news. However, the specific amount was still not clear. In the cultivation world, the greater the cultivation, the more unreasonable the price would be. Moreover, there would be a random increase in price. Lu Xiaoyi knew that it was very likely that he would be cheated, but he still came because he was rich now. He had 9,000 purple purity in hand, which was 90,000 jade purity. It was not comparable to when he was at his richest, but the difference was not too big. When he sold the Great Tao fragment in the ultimate, it was only 30,000 jade purity and 3,000 purple purity. Therefore, he felt that it should not be too expensive here, right? In such a big continent, 36 countries, so many young gods and true monarchs could not have all entered the spirit eye, right? He was too lazy to find those small tricks, brokers, intermediaries, middlemen, and those so-called people who would take less money to settle things for you. The experience of his previous life told him that doing these kinds of things in an unfamiliar place would often cost more. If he was not careful, he might be cheated and lose everything. He was still a black man, so it was not good to expose himself. If he was cheated, who could he find to reason with? Therefore, he did not pay attention to the many signs that were hung high in the market. He also did not pay attention to the individual swindlers with shining eyes. He walked directly to the main hall where the Tian Kingdom was in charge of dealing with the needs of the Tao realm. At least, the price here was reliable. The business of entering and exiting the space of the Tao tablet was a kind of semi-official and semi-public business in the Heaven's Choice continent. The collapse of the Great Tao affected all aspects of the cultivation world. You could not say that this was wrong. There were too many monks and too little gruel. Everyone had their needs. There had to be a basis for choice. It was more reasonable than killing each other, right? You want to enter the five elements Great Tao tablet? The true monarch in charge of reception did not even raise his head. He dealt with a lot of such affairs every day. Most of them were small yuanying from remote countries who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. They came to try their luck after hearing bits and pieces of news, thinking that they could rely on their pitiful wealth to fight for a future. How could it be possible? Yes. I dare not trouble the master. I just want to know the approximate price. If I can get it, I will. If the difference is too far, then I will give up. I will not have such improper thoughts. This was still reasonable. The true monarch's tone was cold and he spoke very quickly, without a strong recommendation. The price of entering the five elements Great Tao tablet is 10,000 purple purity. No bargaining. And this is after 8 years. If you come again next month, the price will not be this. Also, when you can enter, it will be 10 years later. Lu Xiaoyi did not hesitate and turned to leave. In that case, sorry to bother you. Chapter 1229. Why don't you just rob? This was Lu Xiaoyi's only thought. The price was outrageous and the time was full of uncertainty. He could not accept such conditions. Therefore, he found the 3 largest shops nearby and paid a certain fee to inquire about the black market conditions for entering the 5 elements Tao tablet space. The results were different. The fee was 5,000 purple, half in advance. The time was not fixed, waiting for follow-up notice. He was not disappointed. This was the characteristic of intermediaries. Of course, he would not choose such an unreliable method. Although the price was acceptable, according to his experience in his previous life, when you paid half in advance, all kinds of strange fees would follow one after another. All kinds of names, all kinds of excuses. If you don't pay, Your previous investment will go down the drain. If you pay, you will eventually find that you spent more than the normal way. The so-called cheap price was just a means to lure you into a trap. Whoever jumped into it was stupid. Moreover, there was no accurate time schedule. If one party breached the contract, there seemed to be no place for arbitration. This cultivation world was getting more and more chaotic. The essence of the problem was that he did not have a reliable backer, not to mention the sun god of Tian country. Even the sun god of other countries would be good. Connections were very important in the cultivation world. It could make people who were up to no good carefully consider the price of breaking an appointment. Unfortunately, not to mention the sun god, he did not even know a supreme here. After careful consideration, he decided to give up. He was in an unfamiliar environment, unfamiliar with the people and places, and the people he was facing were all high-end. This made it impossible for him to use any tricks or have any crooked thoughts, because there was no place here that would tolerate him. When the gap between the realms and strength reached a certain extent, he could only play his part. This was an attitude of respect to the master. He still thought of everything too simply. The innate Tao tablet. When he heard about it in the main world, he did not think much of it. He thought that relying on the so-called Tao tablet to improve his Tao realm strength was a shortcut, but in fact, this thing was no different from a Tao fragment. A shortcut was still a shortcut. Countless cultivators broke their heads and flocked to it. As time passed, this situation would become more and more intense. He could not think of any alternative, so he could only comfort himself. Maybe his opportunity was not here. His current problem was how to find a thread that connected the 6 Tao realm cultivators that he was very familiar with. Or, a primer. It could activate something hidden. Previously, he had chosen the 5 elements Tao stele because it was the only one of the 6 great Taos that had survived. The only one was the key to the possible variables. Now, he had to consider the problem from another angle. He had to find the answer from the 5 great Taos of the main body that had disappeared. Was this more in line with the general trend of the cultivation of the universe? That was how cultivation was. Looking at it from different angles, what seemed black yesterday might be white today. He was a little disappointed, but it didn't affect his mood. After leaving the 5 elements Tao stele and leaving the bustling crowd that was still searching for his own path, he suddenly felt that there was no need for him to be like the masses. I'm different. It's me. It was me. In that case, the next step should also be different. But why was it different? He had no clue. If the 5 elements Tao stele was like this, then the other innate Tao steles were not much better. Lu Xiaoyi took out the map and looked at it. The closest one was the Destiny Tao stele, the state of Yuan. That was his next target. He had to go through them one by one before he could feel at ease. Thus, he returned to his Jindan state and began to fly at a low altitude. The distance wasn't short, but it would still take several months. Along the way, he would pass through a dozen or so countries. There were all kinds of post-celestial Tao steles, but they couldn't move him. In the Heaven's Choice continent, there were no such restrictions as road permits. Especially for cultivators, this was a continent where cultivation flourished. All rules didn't exist in front of cultivators. They only followed the rules of the cultivation world. But how cultivators flew was very particular in the Heaven's Choice continent. These were the rules of cultivators. Everyone would subconsciously abide by them, and very few people would openly disdain them. The atmosphere of the Heaven's Choice continent was 1,000,000 feet deep, but this didn't belong to the middle or low-class cultivators. In the Heaven's Choice continent, flying at a certain height represented your status. High-level cultivators could fly down, but low-level cultivators couldn't casually fly up. This was also a form of social hierarchy. For example, above 10,000 feet, in the past, that was the sky of half-immortals. Even sun god true monarchs didn't dare to casually go up. Now that there were no more half-immortals, but the rules were still there. Because no one knew when these murderous weapons of the human world would come back, so the good habits formed over millions of years couldn't be easily thrown away. Below 10,000 feet, that was the range of true monarchs' activities. Of course, true monarchs would occasionally go up for a spin. That was a kind of mood. Below 30,000 feet, that was the range of Yuanying's activities. It was already considered a relatively busy airspace. In Lu Xiaoyi's opinion, there were at least hundreds of thousands of Yuanying in such a huge heaven's choice continent. As long as a small portion of them flew in the air, it was very common to cross paths. The Jindan's flying limit was even lower, below 10,000 feet. In fact, in order to avoid occasionally fighting with Yuanying cultivators, the Jindan often set this limit even lower. 6 to 7,000 feet was their most common flight area. Combined with the number of Yuanying cultivators in the millions, it was already very crowded. Of course, it was still much better than the Foundation establishment cultivators who were restricted to within 1,000 feet. This was the flight level of the entire Heaven's Choice continent. As long as you were a cultivator, you had to abide by it. But on the continent, there were mountains. The vast land and mountains were tall. The Wolf Ridge, which was like a natural moat in the 5 rings, was somewhat lacking here. Below 10,000 feet, it was a hill in Heaven's Choice. If one wanted to fly out of Qian country and head towards the Yuanying country, there were many such mountain ranges. Once one reached there, the earth would be cut off. If low-level cultivators wanted to pass through, they could only fly close to the ground. They didn't dare to go too high. Thus, many canyons were formed. Those who went in and out were all Foundation establishment Jindan cultivators. This was also a characteristic of Heaven's Choice. Reality proved that even if you could fly, the sky might not belong to you. If Lu Xiaoyi wanted to leave Qian country, he had to pass through such a long canyon. This was nothing. He had never cared about the so-called status of a cultivator. Practicality was more important, and he didn't care about false reputation. As for the name of the canyon, he couldn't be bothered to find out. There was an old man at the entrance of the canyon who casually set up a stall on the ground. It seemed like he was selling stones. There were also a few cultivators who were passing by. They looked like they were all Foundation establishment cultivators. It was their first time passing through the canyon, and they saw that these stones had a special interest, so they stopped for a while. Lu Xiaoyi naturally wouldn't stop for such a small matter. But when he passed by, the old man's words made him stop in his tracks. Buy my 5 colored stones and you can enter the 5 elements steely. Walking the great Tao for one's whole life, you meet the king on the left. Chapter 1230. There was a reason why Lu Xiaoyi stopped. Meeting on the left of the path literally meant meeting on the side of the road. But the profoundness of the words added another layer of meaning to the left of the path. The left and right positions of increasing rhythm. Left, right opposite. The path of Tao prioritizes the right is supreme. Rights, royalty, men from the right, women from the left. Records of Emperor Wen, left virtuous, right qi. Wei Jiao, right is still high, left is still low. According to the ancient ways, the right is supreme in the imperial court, hence the demotion to the left. Assisting the vassals is the left official. By saying all this, he was giving a definition to Zhuo. By extension, it gave Zhuo a lot of meanings that it didn't have on the surface. For example, it was slightly inferior, unimportant, left out, considered inferior, and so on. In the cultivation world, there was the saying of the unorthodox path, which was also the meaning. But the path of Tao was righteous, not abandoning the unorthodox path. The path of Tao was 99, leaving a line for the heavens. In Taoism, the attitude towards cultivation was never to be one-sided. To walk the path of Tao, one would also leave a small path. This was the true essence of Taoism. As for some specific matters, there was also the saying of leaving a line for the left. For example, the question of the qualifications to enter the innate Tao tablet. There were many conditions, but they were all proper questions. For example, one's own cultivation level, connections, resources, background, opportunities. But other than these, Taoism would also leave a secret door for those cultivators who could never meet the requirements. There were no fixed conditions, and no fixed time. Maybe there would be one every few years, or maybe once every 100 years. A cultivator who did not meet the requirements would be allowed to enter the Tao tablet. This was a kind of propaganda. The original intention was to spread the meaning of Tao, never giving up on anyone. It was a very advanced way of thinking. It was to tell you that there would always be a path to improvement waiting for you. You could not let the lower class of cultivators lose hope. As for who would receive such a good thing? Would it be real or fake? Or would it become a dignified excuse for high-level cultivators to do favors with each other? These were not important. What was important was that in terms of thinking, in terms of propaganda, there must be such a gap. It was called the fate of the left of the path. The meaning was that one should not only look at the path of Tao, but also at the side of the path, there were also opportunities. This old man's words had a hidden meaning. In the world of cultivation, there was nothing that could be said clearly. They wouldn't be like him and say, "Don't miss this opportunity when you're passing by." That was too vulgar. That's not true at all. In the future, even if he wrote a biography, no one would read it. It didn't have the aura of an immortal, only the stench of money. Even if that was the truth. Thus, he stopped in his tracks and walked over to the old man's stall to look at both the goods and the person. In terms of people, he was just an ordinary old foundation building cultivator. There was no mistake about that. In terms of goods, he was just a bunch of ordinary stones. He was not familiar with the terrain here. When he was flying in the sky, he seemed to have seen a large river. It was in the dry season, and the riverbed was half exposed. There was a lot of sand and stones in it, and it seemed that these stones were taken from it. But to say that they were completely worthless didn't seem right either. Nature's spiritual opportunity was top-notch, and the rocks in the riverbed also contained spiritual opportunity. Under the changes of time, different colors had appeared, and spiritual opportunity was faintly flowing. They shouldn't be called useless. But in essence, these stones were defective products that had been contaminated by spiritual opportunity for a long time, and still hadn't turned into spirit stones. They might have turned into jadeite or jade, but they just hadn't turned into spirit stones. In the cultivation world's minds, stones that hadn't turned into spirit stones were just trash. Apart from looking a little better, and mortals could put them in their homes as decorations, they didn't have many other uses. The few foundation building cultivators took a look and left in disappointment. They were still too young and lacked experience. They also didn't have extravagant hopes for Tao steles, so they couldn't understand the hidden meaning in the old man's words. The old man quietly watched the young man pick up the most beautiful stone. The 5 colors were evenly distributed, and the whole body was bright without a trace of impurities. It was already a top-grade jade. In the mortal world, it could be considered a family heirloom. He admired it and fiddled with it, then put it down. Then, he picked up a pure-colored stone, which also contained the most abundant spiritual opportunity. He carefully felt it, then put it down. Finally, he picked up a pure ordinary stone. It was ugly, ordinary, and swarthy. You like this one? You can see the true essence in the ordinary, and you can see the greatness in nature. Just like our cultivation, we will eventually reach this step. The old man spoke at the right time, but the young man still put it down gently. I don't like it. I thought there was something hidden inside. Since there isn't anything, why should I like it? Pretending to be profound? Ordinary is ordinary. If I really pursue ordinary, what is the point of cultivating? What is the point of pursuing truth? The old man nodded. There will always be something you like. Pick one. I have been selling here for a few days, but I haven't sold a single one yet. Lu Xiaoyi didn't expose him. An expert and a swindler were only one step apart. This was a game. He could see through it, but it wasn't easy to expose it. Although his actions in Tian country weren't ostentatious, they weren't low-key either. It was normal for people to notice him. With these people's experience, it was easy for them to arrange some stories. As for this person's cultivation, when he really paid attention to him, he had his suspicions. Naturally, he also found something different. It was a very advanced breath-holding technique. It was so advanced that even if he knew there was a problem, he couldn't see through it. The world was big, and there were all kinds of strange things. A profession like a swindler also required skills. It wasn't strange to be more unique in a certain aspect. As long as it wasn't an open robbery, he had to leave some face for those who played with skills. This was his philosophy. Everyone was in the cultivation world for a living. He wasn't willing to go too far, even if he was a swordsman. He had his own views on good and evil. Therefore, in the eyes of cultivators like Little Meow, who had never seen the world of mortals, he was a little strange. He shouldn't blindly strike when he should strike, and dawdle when he should strike. Actually, if one really understood him, they would know that he was a person with a lot of standards. It was just that his standards were different from others. Old man, you're too picky when selling these things. Not opening for a few days. I don't mind opening for you once, but you have to know the price, right? You have to know that the reason why you can't open for business may be because of the goods. But there's also another possibility, that it's because of the price. The old man didn't think so. Those who think it's expensive are because they don't know what they're buying. Those who really know the business won't think it's expensive. This old man's things, no matter which one, will be priced at 1,000 purple. Buy and use as you wish. Little friend, do you think my price is expensive or not? Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but laugh. This was a little unprofessional. The price to enter the Five Elements Monument was 20,000 in the official store, 5,000 in the unscrupulous store, but your street stall changed it to 1,000? Buy and use as you wish. If the price was too low, it meant that it wasn't trustworthy. Such a simple logic, as a professional swindler, how could he not understand it? No matter how brainless a customer was, not only would he not be fooled because of the cheap price, he would be even more vigilant. This was human nature. He smiled and pointed at him. Old man, with this price, you should set up a stall in front of the Tao monument. Since it's here, you can only pay with spirit stones, and it has to be low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 1231. The old man was startled. Only then did he realize that the other party was treating him as a swindler. It seemed like he had not played this kind of trick for a long time. He was a little rusty. That was good too. He wanted to see this person's character. This was also his purpose. In this cultivation world, there was no help for no reason. There was always a purpose and cause. He could come here because of his position. He knew a lot of secrets that the top cultivators did not know. The purpose might not be in front of him. He might not even be able to reap the rewards. But as a cultivator, he was half a step into the realm of half immortal. He was already used to preparing for a rainy day. He was used to making arrangements in advance. Especially in this turbulent era, this unpredictable universe. Standing in his position, there were some things that he had to do. Because he was not alone. Little friend, you are so cautious. You make my heart cold. If you think I am a swindler, why don't you cut me down with your sword? That way you can save your breath. Lu Xiaoyi sneered. Why would I cut you down? At most, it would be an attempt. But old man, your method is not very good. You start with 1,000 purple. No wonder you can't open a deal. Based on your bidding, even if you sit in front of the tablet for 100 years, you won't be able to negotiate a deal. The old man immediately understood where his loophole was. He could not be blamed. He had not participated in this kind of small matter for 1,000 years. It was all handled by the other disciples. To him, there were too many things involved. Every aspect, inside and outside. How could he care about the black market price of his own tablet? Oh, little friend, why don't you tell me about the current market price? I have not been swindling for many years. I am a little rusty. This old man was a little strange. Could he be a swindler with a story? Lu Xiaoyi was not short of time. He did not mind staying here for a while. Although his first judgment was that this old man might be the accomplice of those middlemen, he realized that something was wrong. Unless this old man was a genius swindler who could change his opinion through a story. The official price in Tian country is 20,000. The black market starts at 5,000. I don't know how much it will be in the future. Then old man, your price of 1,000 purple, how many people do you think will believe it? The old man was shocked. He laughed and said, 8,000 years have passed. The price of goods has skyrocketed. The changes in the general trend are so terrifying. However, this method of assisting the Tao has also improved greatly. He stopped joking around and pointed at the man. Single-eared. When I saw you fight in the Echo Valley, you have the ability of an old friend. Since you have come to my Tian country and want to enter the 5 elements Tao Stele, is there any reason to refuse? My surname is Pang, you can call me Daoist Pang. I am the lord of the 5 elements, how can I let you come here in high spirits and return in disappointment? There was no need to beat around the bush. It was a small matter that was not worth wasting too much time on. With a wave of his hand, a mysterious energy flowed into one of the stones. Immediately, there was something different about it. However, even though Lu Xiaoyi was so close, he still could not tell what the difference was. If that's the case, do you think 1,000 purple purity is worth it? Lu Xiaoyi knew that he had made a mistake. He didn't know who Daoist Pang was, because at the scene of the Echo Valley, there were dozens of young spirits. Which one of them could he see their true faces? He didn't even need to do it deliberately. His little bit of divine sense couldn't penetrate it, and he had never had such thoughts. He didn't think that the old man had any reason to lie to him. It wasn't worth it. In front of the young spirit, he was still an ant. But he was very curious. Why did Daoist Pang give him such an opportunity? Was it because of his amazing performance at the Echo Valley? Or was it because of the ability of an old friend? Old friend? Where was this old friend? Juzian? Or? He obediently took out 1,000 strands of purple purity and offered it, but he didn't ask anything. If he knew that the other party would naturally say it, and if he didn't want to say it, it would be awkward if he asked. Senior's price is indeed preferential. This junior shouldn't take advantage of this, but on the path of cultivation, there is no harm in being prepared. This disciple is also a lazy spirit gatherer, so I'll accept your kindness. Daoist Pang was very satisfied. This young man was very straightforward. He was not pretentious and knew how to be humble. Very good. Then let's go. Lu Xiaoyi bowed again and slowly retreated. However, he did not return to Tian country. Instead, he continued to move forward. Obviously, he had no intention of immediately entering the 5 elements Tao Stele. Watching him leave, Daoist Pang was silent. Old friend. It wasn't a lie. There really was such a person. It was just that he was not a friend, but an enemy. The enemy was also a swordsman, and there was more than one. Since 10,000 years ago, Heaven's choice had frequently come, causing the entire continent to be in chaos. Of course, cultivators who weren't high enough didn't know. Not to mention Jin Dan's yuanying, even supremes were rarely heard of. Those swordsmen only dealt with half-immortals. Half-immortals wanted face. Who would be willing to speak of a half-immortal's body being hung up and tortured? Therefore, they all swallowed their teeth and never spread it outside. It was a disgrace to the continent. It wasn't until several thousand years ago that Heaven's choice disappeared without a trace. He had only heard bits and pieces of it from his own half-immortal master. He had also once raised the pot and poured wine for him when his master and that guy were having a drinking contest. Saying that he was an old friend was probably exaggerating. At that time, he didn't have the qualifications to be friends with him. Of course, he still didn't have the qualifications now. He originally thought that everything was in the past, but with the collapse of the Great Tao, many things had to be brought up again. Before his master and the other half-immortals left Heaven's choice, they had specially warned him. At this time, he had already become the young god of Heaven's choice. After his master and the others left, he became the person in charge of Heaven's choice. Therefore, there were some things that needed to be clearly explained to him. There were many things that he had to say, and one of them was the origin of these swordsmen. There seemed to be a few of them, but they never came in groups. They always came alone. However, no matter which one of them came, they would cause a big or small disturbance in Heaven's choice. Although these people hadn't come for several thousand years, and the ones who came now were supremes who were blocked outside of Heaven's choice, as a target of vigilance, he never forgot his master's instructions. Fortunately, after several hundred years, it could be considered safe and sound. Most of these lunatics probably died from the exhaustion of time, right? Of course, it was also possible that they were trapped in an unspeakable place, unable to come out and do evil again. When he saw this little guy, he had a certain intuition. Juzian was very close to Heaven's choice in the upper realm, so how could he not know the actual situation in Juzian? This kind of person couldn't have been raised by Juzian. He also had spies in Juzian. Although he couldn't be completely sure, he was very clear about one thing, and that was that this little guy's origin was very unusual. He had his own opinions on how to deal with this matter, and it was different from the older generation of Heaven's choice half-immortals. However, he was very clear about one thing, and that was that the stupidest way was to kill him. Other than being affected by great karma, he wouldn't be able to get anything. He couldn't kill him, and turning a blind eye would be too passive. Therefore, the best way was of course to invest. This was what a big shot should do. It had nothing to do with being open-minded, only talking about gains and losses. Chapter 1232. This was the reason why Taoist Pang came here. This kind of thing couldn't be done by others. There were many things that he needed to directly judge whether this person was worth investing in or not. Strength was only one aspect. There were many more important things. At the very least, he couldn't invest in an ingrate, right? Therefore, he needed to see this person clearly. This matter could only be done by himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at ease. Overall, he was satisfied with this contact. As a sun god, he had his own unique way of looking at people. What kind of people could he invest in? What kind of people needed to be kept at a respectful distance? He had his own standards. Knowing that he might be a swindler but not rashly using force, this showed that although he appeared to be iron-blooded on the outside, he had the quality of accepting others. This showed that he could tolerate differences. He wasn't an inferior person who only had a high level of swordsmanship. Knowing that he might have an old acquaintance with the sword vein, he was still willing to pay 1,000 strands of ziching instead of taking advantage of the situation. This showed that he had a business philosophy. This was very important. Many cultivators cultivated their brains until they became stupid. They were too idealistic. They thought that since there was an old acquaintance, they should exchange what they didn't have and not take any benefits. They took everything for granted. This was very dangerous. It was impossible to coexist with such a person for a long time because he didn't know how to give. Finally, after knowing some things, he knew to keep quiet. This showed that he was very smart and a qualified partner. This made his investment a reality. He wouldn't go back on his word. But all of this wasn't enough for him to see the swordsman as a friend. Swordsmen were all pests. Taoist Pang knew this very well. Therefore, his strategy was actually to attack from two sides. The best way was to destroy the swordsman. A dead swordsman was a good swordsman. This would never change. The only difference was that he couldn't let him die in Heaven's choice. This would bring endless trouble to Heaven's choice. It would be best if he died in Juzian. Someone from Juzian would do it himself. Not only would he be able to deal with an uncontrollable tiger that would rise in the future, he would also be able to divert the trouble and create some trouble for Juzian. This was a plan that sounded impossible, but if one took into account the person's background, then everything could be arranged. Heaven's choice was in charge of investing and Juzian was in charge of killing. No matter what the result was, it was an acceptable result for him. This should be the vision of a major cultivator. Now that this matter had come to an end, the clues had already been buried. They would only need to see how things developed in the future before making adjustments. Taoist Pang sighed. After the elders and half-immortals left, there were too many things in the world of the continent that needed to be paid attention to. With a flicker of his body, he disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a pile of colorful stones that were dazzling under the sunlight. Lu Xiaoyi continued on his way. He didn't change his itinerary just because he had obtained the right to enter the 5-elemental Dao Stele. That was his personality. He was extremely wary of other people's help. He was the type of person who would not leave even if you tried to chase him away. Intuitively, He felt that whether the 5 elements Tao steely entered or not had already been reduced to chicken ribs. It was meaningless. This was not only from a cultivation level, but also from a psychological level. It was as if he suddenly had an epiphany. It was no longer important. He firmly believed in his own intuition. Old friend. It couldn't be an old friend of Juzian, because in Juzian, he didn't have any sect elders that he could rely on. It wasn't that he looked down on carefree wandering cultivators, but Juzian's cultivators lacked the quality to leave a deep impression on others. In Echo Valley, he dominated with his sword. Those with a bit of insight and experience would know that his ability was only a personal talent and not a product of the inheritance system. There were so many sun spirits in Heaven's Choice, so it was impossible for them not to see this point. If he thought a bit deeper, what kind of sword inheritance could produce such a killing-style disciple? In fact, there weren't many suspect. Shenyuan Sword School definitely had its own legend in Heaven's Choice. This could be seen from the nameless sword Tao Steely's establishment. Those who could come to Heaven's Choice must be those unruly Shenyuan swordsmen. Apart from the 13th ancestor, there must be others. The old friend that Daoist Pang spoke of was none other than these people. But he couldn't ask. It wasn't strange that the Sun Spirit Supreme could see through his sword inheritance. Even if his current swordsmanship system was obviously different from Xuanyuan's, the root was the same. This topic wasn't easy to talk about. He couldn't, but fortunately, Daoist Pang couldn't either. Lu Xiaoyi found that his identity was beginning to stink on the streets. This was inevitable. As his cultivation base grew higher and higher, the standards of the cultivators he came into contact with also grew higher and higher. His hidden cards were gradually revealed, especially among the higher-ups. He couldn't stop this trend. The only thing he could do was to improve himself as soon as possible. Even if others knew something, they couldn't do anything to him. 1,000 wisps of purple light didn't buy the qualification to enter the Tao realm of the 5 elements. It was a kind of attitude, an attitude of accepting the kindness of others. As for what was hidden behind the kindness, he couldn't guess. This was the evil consequence of leaving the sect for too long and venturing out alone. Lu Xiaoyi realized a problem. If he acted as a Juzian cultivator, he could still control the suspicions of others and keep a low profile. But if he acted as a 5th ring Shenyuan swordsman, he couldn't avoid trouble. This was the cultivation legacy left behind by his Shenyuan swordsman seniors. Sometimes it would help him, sometimes it would bring him inexplicable danger. This was something that he had to bear since he started learning swordsmanship. When his realm was low, he couldn't feel it. Now that his ability had increased, it was a test of his ability to balance outside. Don't underestimate any cultivator, no matter if it was Juzian or Heaven's Choice. 3 months later, he arrived at Yuan country, which was the place where the Destiny's Great Tao tablet was set up. He could feel that the frequency of cultivators appearing here couldn't be compared to Qian country. One side was bustling with traffic, the other side was deserted. The Destiny's Great Tao had already collapsed for thousands of years. The impact on the cultivation world was far-reaching. It was hard to feel in the main world, but it was very obvious in Heaven's Choice continent. For cultivators who already had a certain amount of Destiny's Tao realm strength when the Destiny's Great Tao tablet collapsed, it was very difficult for them to change their path. But for cultivators below Yuanying, change was inevitable. Because the Tao tablet was gone, the only way to understand the Tao realm was gone. Then, what was the point of continuing to stay here? In these thousands of years, the collapse of the Tao tablet had a direct impact on Yuan country, which was the loss of middle and low-level cultivators. Most of the basic forces would choose countries that still had Tao tablets. This was the trend. Of course, there were also those with a firm Tao heart, but these were the minority. Those who could determine the direction of their great Tao at the foundation establishment Jindan stage were very rare. This was the current situation of Yuan country. They still had more than half of their high-level cultivators, but the lower levels were gone. Chapter 1233. Lu Xiaoyi quite liked this kind of Yuangue, because it was cold and cheerless, without much right and wrong. What was interesting was that Yuangue had existed for 1,000 years, and no other country dared to make a move on this country that had lost its Tao. This was completely different from the nature of the mortal world. Without an emperor, a mortal country could not survive, and would immediately become the target of invasion by the surrounding countries. But in this cultivation world, no one would do that, because everyone knew that sooner or later, the Tao tablet would be restored. Fate was not gone, but scattered in the universe, and there would be a day when it would be merged with the Tao again. Who would be willing to be targeted by fate at that time? Lu Xiaoyi followed the map and easily found the place where the Tao tablet once stood. 1,000 years had passed, and there was no longer any trace of its former glory, only a barren land. Weeds grew everywhere, and wild beasts wreaked havoc, a desolate scene. The Daoists' attitude towards the collapse of the Tao tablet was very similar to the Daoists, just let nature take its course. Because of this, there were no tombstones erected to commemorate this place, and no one came to take care of it. Even the farmers didn't open up new fields here, completely ignoring this place. This kind of attitude represented the understanding of fate cultivators towards the Tao. They were waiting. They did not know what was right to do, what was wrong. Therefore, they simply did not do anything. To find the exact location of the Tao tablet, Lu Xiaoyi spent a lot of effort. A point on the map and a point in reality were two different things, and he had no basis to make a judgment, because there was nothing left of the original Tao tablet. Not to mention the ruins, there was not even a trace of life. It was really a vast expanse of whiteness, truly clean. In the end, a Yuanying who happened to pass by pointed out the specific location for him. This kind of situation was not new. When fate had just collapsed, there were people coming every day out of admiration. Later on, even the Tao source was gone, and the number of people who came was much less. After 1,000 years, those who deliberately came for the Tao tablet were almost extinct. Those who came had the mentality of paying homage, lamenting the vicissitudes of life, reminiscing about the past, and bringing nothing but desolation with them. In the eyes of the Yuanying cultivators, Lu Xiaoyi was such a hipster, hipster. He sat cross-legged on the original spot of the Tao tablet, and there was only mud under his butt. The Tao tablet was erected by the power of the Tao state, and not by digging a deep hole to lay the foundation, so there was not even a broken tile. There might have been some in the past, but after 1,000 years, it had been picked clean. Cultivators picked it once, mortals picked it countless times. They all brought it back, as if they could control their own destiny. There was no one around him, and the grass was up to his waist, when he sat was slightly further away. 2 pheasants run past him, a green snake slithers along the edge of his robe, and a lone wolf stares at him from afar. The owners of these wastelands pay attention to this stranger who intrudes into their territory with vigilance. Fortunately, in the cultivation environment, even ordinary beasts have some intelligence and know that this human is not to be trifled with. What was he doing here? Actually, he himself. If he to go, Tao. He didn't know. He originally thought that since he was here, would he be able to feel something? Would he have some kind of inspiration? Now it seemed that he was thinking too much. Even the Sun God Supreme couldn't feel anything here, let alone him, a mere Yuanying. After doing nothing for a few days, Lu Xiaoyi, who had gained nothing, took out the map and looked for his next target, the Huan country, where the Great Void Tao tablet was. If he still didn't gain anything, then he would go to the Fan country, where the Great Path of Merit and Virtue was located, which was relatively far away. Although he knew that there was a high probability that he wouldn't get anything, he would still go down one by one. It was for peace of mind, and also for a sense of ritual. It wasn't easy to come to heaven's choice, so he had to go down one by one. As for the task that Xian Liuzi assigned to them, he didn't even think about it. The movement of a realm always depended on a small group of people at the highest level. Just like how the lower class of the mortal world could never decide the direction of war, in the cultivation world, this kind of centralization was even more serious. He already had a rough guess. The only thing he couldn't judge was whether heaven's choice had more choices. In the main world, although the upper cultivation realms were scattered, there were still a lot of them in terms of absolute numbers. Heaven's choice had many choices to make. This was destined to be a lonely journey. For the sake of the upper realm, for the sake of prolonging his dog life for another 1,000 years, after the glory of Echo Valley, he hid his claws and fangs, forgetting his sharpness. He transformed into an ordinary cultivator, wandering the vast lands of the Heaven's Choice continent. In fact, he wasn't the only one wandering. Heaven's Choice had a huge base of cultivators. The chaos caused by the collapse of the Great Path in the cultivation world made the entire continent restless. It was a rootless uneasiness in the heart, a confusion about the future. In order to dispel the uneasiness in their heart, many people chose to travel. They were considered to be cowards, but the brave ones all swam to the main world. In these 2 years, he went to 3 more places. Great Void's Huan country, Merit's Fan country, Slaughter's Hung country. He was now standing at the location of Slaughter's Great Path in Hung country. This place wasn't as desolate as the Destiny Dao Stele. Because only 100 years had passed and because the Dao source had disappeared not long ago, one could still vaguely see the shape of the Dao Stele. It was the same as the impermanence Dao Stele in Echo Valley. There were still people lingering here, wanting to find something. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. It was gone, it was gone. Lu Xiaoyi was also one of the people lingering here. He could see that the people lingering here were all Yuaniing from small countries. They only cared about the Great Path of Slaughter. The Great Path of Slaughter was cruel. When they grew up, they didn't expect that the Holy Land in their hearts had already turned into ruins. They were all people who had fallen from the edge of the world. There was no need for them to have known each other before. 200 years ago, I came here. Unfortunately, I didn't have the qualifications to enter the Dao Stele. You don't know, but at that time, the cultivators gathered in Hung country were as numerous as carps crossing the river. Everyone had a premonition that the Great Path of Slaughter was about to collapse, so they all wanted to catch the last bus. At that time, all the young spirit true monarchs of Hung country came out together to maintain order. How many of those who cultivated the Great Path of Slaughter had a good temper? A middle-aged cultivator's face was full of regret. It was only here that strange cultivators had a common language and were no longer alienated and guarded against each other. This was because they all had the same root and the same dream. Another nascent soul stage cultivator echoed, "Yes, I remember that the price of entering the Dao Stele was already 20,000 purple purity, and it was still priceless. There were too many people. I really don't know where those guys got the purple purity, but I was poor, and fortunately I was poor. I heard that later on, many people paid the purple purity but didn't have time to enter. They caused a lot of trouble, and several small-scale conflicts broke out because of this. Now that I think about it, the past was like a dream. It's sad and lamentable." Chapter 1234. A group of people gathered there, sighing endlessly. Lu Xiaoyi listened from the side. From the words of these cultivators, he could also hear that the road of Dao was full of setbacks and changes in an instant. The changes of the Dao were not something that could be easily controlled by humans. The slaughter has ended, spreading to the universe. We who follow the Dao do not know where to go. A cultivator sighed. An impassioned cultivator glared and shouted, "The slaughter does not exist, it only exists in everyone's hearts. Why blame the heavens and blame others? Sigh in your heart, it's not the slaughter. I heard that the people of the main world are not sad because their Dao is gone. Instead, they are looking to the future, searching for themselves. If they can do this, then we, the heaven's chosen cultivators, are inferior." A cultivator echoed, "That's right. Leaving the continent and going to the main world, there might be a new world. In these years, I heard that many heaven's chosen cultivators have already left the negative space. However, information is not flowing freely, and they are not rich. If everyone has a way, why don't we all exchange what we have and travel together? We can also look after each other." These words were a bit too much. They met by chance, how could they trust each other? Just based on the fact that they both cultivated the Dao of Slaughter, it was a bit too far-fetched. It might be realistic to go out together, but if they really went to the main world, the result would be a mess. This was the common mentality of ordinary heaven's chosen cultivators. They were hesitant and had no idea what to do. At this time, if someone were to call for help, it would be easy to gather a group of people. If it were the great powers of Shangguan, there would be even more people following them. Some cultivators were very clear-headed. We are just a few people in the main world, what can we do? Even if we gather all the fellow Taoists who cultivate the Tao of slaughter, how many would there be? If we leave the main world, we can only find those inferior small star realms to live in. Those large realms of the main world are protected by the great membrane of heaven and earth. It is not easy to break through. Why don't we wait? I heard that some great powers have similar thoughts. If that day really comes, we will follow their tails and share the glory. Walking out of the Heaven's Choice continent is ultimately a matter for all of us. It is not something that can be done with individual strength. Lu Xiaoyi had traveled around the Heaven's Choice continent for many years and knew that similar arguments were prevalent here. The Heaven's Choice continent was too big. Since its establishment, it had never been unified. This was inevitable. With only 36 innate Tao steles standing there, who would be willing to submit? In addition, they had tens of thousands of post-celestial great Taos. Putting aside their strength, they were all very ambitious. There was no such thing as Jingtsong up until now. There hadn't been a single country that had made it clear that they would leave the Heaven's Choice continent. Everything seemed to have come from nowhere, but since there was wind, there must be an internal reason. One day, when the time was ripe, when a portion of the power of a large country united, it would inevitably lead a large number of small and medium-sized countries to form a loose alliance. In theory, this way of walking out of the negative space was the safest way. It was vast and unstoppable. For a domain war like this, it was not enough to rely on the power of the superior nations. They needed cannon fodder and pawns. Then, as a loose cultivator from a small country, are you willing to follow the mainstream to the origin world? Or to stay in Heaven's Choice peacefully? Survival of the fittest, everyone takes what they need. Of course, there were some who disagreed. For example, an old cultivator said, "Go to the origin world." Were there great Tao tablets in the main world? It was said that the cultivators of the origin world didn't care if the great Tao collapsed or not, but they were already used to cultivating in an environment without great Tao tablet. So it doesn't really matter. The key is the state of mind. If you cultivate with Heaven's Choice, no matter where you go, you won't be able to adapt because there are no Tao tablet. On the other hand, if you have the same mentality as the cultivators of the origin world and build your own Tao tablets without great Tao tablets, then what difference does it make whether you go to the origin world or not? This was also a very mainstream view. It was very popular among the high-level cultivators. It was also the most intense clash of the two thoughts in the great Tao. Following the crowd wasn't the style of cultivators. So, the Heaven's Choice continent would never be able to form a united force. If it was formed, such a large force would all go to the origin world. There might not be any domain that could withstand it. That would be an absolute suppression of numbers. This was the thought of the Heaven's Choice cultivators that he had come into contact with the most in the few years he had been here. It was very realistic and very messy. It was very difficult to truly judge anything from it. He only had one doubt. In all these thoughts, it was the clash of the Taoists' thoughts, but he had never heard of the Buddhists' divergence. Was it indifference? Resigned to adversity? Was it using inaction? Or, had it been decided long ago? He was leaning towards the latter. In Heng State, in the ruins of the Slaughter Tao tablet, he still didn't obtain anything. This was within his expectations, but it also made him very confused. Even the slaughter fragments in his sea of consciousness didn't have any reaction. It was the same as Taishu, karma, and fate. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but start to doubt himself. Was there a mistake in his intuition? He had already wasted several years of his time. The day of the diplomatic mission's return was nearing. Should he continue to persist? Persist without any hope? But his intuition was so strong. He was very sure that his opportunity to become an upper-level true monarch was in the Heaven's Choice continent. He was very sure that the source of this opportunity was in the 6 great Taos completed by his nascent soul. Of course, this wasn't Tao unification, but his nascent soul's understanding of the universe. When his nascent soul accumulated to a certain extent in the 36 Yantian Taos that made up the world, it tacitly agreed that he had the right to become an upper-level true monarch. His intuition was that there were 6. After all, he was only in the Yin Soul true monarch realm, not a golden immortal. He didn't need to gather all 36. He only lacked the 5 element. The opportunity still lay in the 5 elements. Like what Daoist Pang said, the fate of the Tao? In theory, that was the case, but his intuition didn't feel that way. He kept feeling that if he went to the 5 elements tablet, not only would it not be beneficial, it would instead be harmful. It was an inexplicable feeling. Just like that, he stayed in Hung State, stayed in the ruins of the Massacre Tao tablet, bitterly thinking about the answer to achieving Tao. The people around him came and left and came again. Wave after wave, only he stayed here. It looked like he had gone mad. In his life of cultivation, it seemed that every major juncture was different. When he was building his foundation, he swallowed the foot-washing pill. When he was building his Jin Dan, he gambled on the reverse space. Yuanning, he broke through and then stood up. Then this time, he couldn't even find the door. When others reached the upper level, they had a set of strict and complicated processes. If they followed this process, they would at least have a beginning. It didn't matter if they succeeded in the end. Right now, he was only lacking a beginning. Because of his nascent soul, there was no path to follow. Until one day, a Jindan cultivator brought his disciple here to experience. Seeing his existence, he didn't dare to disturb him and stayed far away. But the foundation establishment disciple didn't think too much. He asked countless questions. Master, is this the collapsed Great Tao tablet? How come I don't feel anything? Jindan was very patient. If you felt something, you wouldn't just be at foundation establishment. The disciple asked again, are there many Great Tao tablets of Heaven's choice that have collapsed? Will they continue to collapse? Jindan answered, I can't answer too many questions because Master doesn't know either. But up until now, 6 have collapsed. First was morality, then destiny, then merit, void, massacre, and impermanence. As for the future, who knows? This was the disciple's first time hearing this because Master usually wouldn't tell him these things. Oh, so it was morality that started. How could it be morality? So strange. Lu Xiaoyi suddenly understood. Chapter 1235. It couldn't be said that he completely understood, but he realized that he had been trapped in a misunderstanding all along. He had always been self-centered, searching for the 6 great Taos that he was familiar with. Destiny, 5 elements, merit, void, massacre, and impermanence. He thought that what he lacked was the connection between these 6 great Taos. However, his nascent self had shattered himself on Ruststar in Juzian and rebuilt the small universe as its foundation. Then, when such a body formed the nascent self, should it refer more to the creation and destruction of the universe's innate Taos? In fact, the creation and destruction of the universe's great Taos were slightly different from the innate Taos that he had comprehended. The difference was that he had comprehended the 5 elements, but the universe's 5 elements still existed. There was a great Tao that was very unfamiliar to him, but it was indispensable to his small universe's modified body. That was morality. Then, could it be that the 6 great Taos didn't include the 5 elements? Should it include morality? That didn't seem right. In his intuition, he already had the 6 great Taos, so there was nothing missing. Maybe, he just lacked a catalyst. How could he pull the strings of the 6 great Taos? The collapse of morality was the beginning of chaos. What could be more appropriate than morality as a thread? The collapse of the universe's great Taos started from morality. He came from the universe, so he naturally had to conform to the changes of the universe. How could he ignore the existence of morality? He finally understood that it wasn't the 5 elements, nor any of the 6 great Taos that he had comprehended. It was morality. It was the beginning of chaos and also the beginning of a new life. This was the most important direction that he had come to heaven's choice. He was wicked. A year later, the travel-worn Lu Xiaoyi arrived at Zhou country, where the Tao Stele of morality was located. If the state of Yuan on the Great Path of Destiny was filled with desolation, then in the state of Zhou, it was almost like a mortal country. It was even difficult to find any obvious signs of cultivation. This was very easy to understand. Destiny country had been broken for thousands of years, and the low-level cultivators in the country had withered. Only the major cultivators were still there. In Zhou country, morality had been broken for more than 10,000 years, and even the major cultivators couldn't hold on because they didn't have enough lifespan. If Heaven's Choice half-immortal didn't leave, there might still be a few half-immortals here. But once the half-immortal left, which true monarch could live for more than 10,000 years? After the first batch of true monarchs died, no true monarchs chose this place as their Tao integration ground. The middle and low-level cultivators all went to neighboring countries, and all the major cultivators died. This place gradually became a barren land for cultivators. Zhou country didn't have the Tao of morality, so of course TS country didn't TTTS moralities TTTTS? TTTSSSS. After that time, S caused TS caused the TTTSSTTS caused the universe's cultivators TTSSS Dao's Dao. Ands. S behind. World cultivators cultivation cultivators. Dao 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 Dao. Dao. Dao Dao. Dao 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 Dao. They could not afford to offend that person, even if they heard that this person was no longer around. As a result, Zhou country, which was abandoned by the cultivation world, slowly became a paradise for mortals. It became a very strange existence in the Heaven's Choice continent. Cultivators were warned not to go to Zhou country from the start of their cultivation. They were warned not to go there and not to cause trouble. Even if they had special reasons to go there, they were to come in a hurry and leave in a hurry. They didn't dare to reveal their cultivation realm, fearing that they would be tainted by something bad. Except for mortals. Other than not being able to cultivate, mortals weren't any weaker than cultivators in terms of intelligence. They were both cunning and all-pervasive. It only took them a few hundred years to figure out what position they were in on this huge continent. They might be weak, the weakest. But on the other hand, because of their special nature, they could be very strong. It wasn't the strength of their hard power, but the strength of their soft power. This was a country of morality. What mortals needed to do was to continuously deepen this aspect. They needed to become the moral benchmark of this continent. They needed to use morality to establish their country, use morality as their learning, and use morality to improve themselves. This was the foundation of their existence. They were the embodiment of morality. They were also the only country in the Heaven's Choice continent that didn't take cultivation as an honor. They worked here, while the cultivation world looked on coldly from the side. After watching for nearly 10,000 years, they reached a strange balance. Zhou country's rule was that they didn't welcome cultivators. Of course, under the overall cultivation environment of the Heaven's Choice continent, it was impossible to completely eliminate cultivation. Their rule was that cultivators were allowed to cultivate, but they had to leave Zhou country after building their foundation. How to enforce such a rule was a difficult problem, and it was a problem of habit. The most important thing was the atmosphere of the entire Zhou kingdom. Everyone had parents and clans, and they could not be born from the cracks of rocks. When a cultivator built his foundation, he was only a few decades old, and his parents and clans were still around. Under the enormous pressure of moral public opinion, most cultivators would choose to leave obediently after they had built their Taoist foundation. Firstly, it was to repay their parents and clans. Secondly, there weren't any proper cultivation forces in Zhou country. Without any inheritances, what was the point of staying here? But even if they weren't welcomed, how could there be no cultivators in the continent? There were various reasons that couldn't be discussed in detail. But there was a tacit rule in the cultivation world. You could enter, but you should enter like an ordinary person. You shouldn't fly all over the sky and show off your cultivation methods to lure in mortals. While Lu Xiaoyi was flying to the kingdom of Zhou, He had also learned a thing or two about the local customs and customs of the continent. According to his understanding, if a cultivation country was surrounded by mortal countries, it might be possible for them to maintain their own rules because they had strength. But if a mortal country wanted to maintain its independence in the cultivation world, how could that be possible? Unless this was tacitly approved by the cultivation world of heaven's choice, and assisted in the dark. As for the reason, it might be difficult for other cultivators to guess, but it wasn't hard for him to guess. It was because of the person behind the collapse of morality, because of extreme fear. Because they were afraid of reviving. And they didn't dare to openly target him. So, after 10,000 years, the cow-nosed people came up with such a thing. They started to indulge mortals. Didn't you want to descend to the mortal world with morality? Then, why don't you just turn your country into a mortal country? Is this to your liking? In order to erase all traces, they didn't hesitate to let the entire your country stay away from cultivation. There was only a possibility of 1 in a trillion. But what they didn't expect was that the arrangements they made over the past 10,000 years were meaningless. Their 13th ancestor had already considered the future when he destroyed morality. Now that the dominoes had fallen, it was no longer your country's problem. However, the habits of 10,000 years still continued, and your country became what it was now. Even if the cultivation world of heaven's choice no longer paid attention to it, it still continued to move downwards. Chapter 1236. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Lu Xiaoyi didn't intend to break the rules, so he took this opportunity to run around. He didn't have to look around on horseback anymore, but got closer to this country of morality. He wanted to see what kind of moral person the rumored Crow ancestor was. Speaking of which, your country's morality and Crow ancestors' morality weren't the same thing, right? Therefore, he changed his outfit in a small town at the border. He wore the most popular moral robe in your country, put on a moral hat, and pretended to be a moral person. When paying the bill, Lu Xiaoyi deliberately teased him and took out the money reluctantly. Boss, I came from a faraway place and have long admired the morality of your country. Therefore, I traveled thousands of miles just to ask for some true morality. Unfortunately, I'm embarrassed because I was robbed on the way. Can you make this outfit cheaper? The boss of the ready-made clothes looked at him and didn't say anything, but the meaning was very clear. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Helping people in distress is also a kind of morality. Boss, if there were 2 things in front of you at the same time, one is morality, the other is money, which would you choose? The boss snorted. I'll choose money. Do you still need to ask? Lu Xiaoyi was very puzzled. Since it's a country of morality, shouldn't we all choose morality? Why did the boss choose money? The boss was very disdainful. Looking at your original outfit, the quality of the materials, and the quality of the materials, you must be from a rich family. The reason I chose money is, of course, to choose what I lack. I lack money, so I choose money. You lack morality, so you travel thousands of miles. Do you understand? Lu Xiaoyi covered his face and left. This was his first impression of your country's morality. As expected of your country's morality, he found an inferior horse and wandered away. Since he was here, he had to understand the morality of this place. How long had it been since he climbed on the ground? He couldn't remember clearly. It seemed that after he formed his gold core, he didn't have such an opportunity and didn't have such a mood. He always thought that he didn't need the so-called experience of the mortal world. He thought that with his previous life and the experience of 2 lives, he still needed to come into contact with the daily necessities in the mortal world. There was nothing wrong with this kind of thinking. It all depended on the needs of the cultivator in the process of cultivation. Nothing was absolutely necessary. The way he behaved in the kingdom of Jio was only to familiarize himself with the so-called morality. It was a necessity for cultivation, because ever since he entered the kingdom of Jio, he had become increasingly certain that he had come to the right place. There was no evidence, it was just a feeling. When you fly, you can see the magnificence. When he was riding a horse, he could see the details. He could experience the ordinary things when he was in contact with people. Ordinary did not mean great things. More often than not, he could see the trivial things. He could also see the little cunning, the little truth, and the little helplessness that were everywhere in life. When he realized the role of morality, he had a further understanding of the direction of his cultivation. In fact, in the past, there was no need to put so much effort into becoming a monarch. Cultivators began to come into contact with the great Tao during yuaniying. The entire process of yuaniying was just a stage of familiarizing oneself with the great Tao. It was very difficult for a cultivator to achieve a deep understanding of a certain great Tao due to the limitations of the cultivator's realm. Becoming a monarch was the stage of deepening and consolidating one's understanding of the Tao state. It took a long time because the things to understand were too deep. It was a comprehensive understanding of the universe's great Tao and a discovery of oneself. Only after becoming a half-immortal could one talk about the Tao integration. It was the final summary of the universe and oneself, refining and sublimating them. Therefore, many cultivators did not need to master much of the innate great Tao when they tried to become a monarch. Many of them even cultivated on some acquired great Tao and were still far from the Tao integration stage. However, Lu Xiaoyi's method was different. It was because of his own reasons and also because of the general trend. In the general trend, the collapse of the great Tao in the lower world had a very deep impact on all cultivators. The biggest impact was that cultivators had advanced the exploration of the Tao state. This was the common reaction of all cultivators. With the temptation of the Tao integration and the pressure of the new era, they had no choice but to do so. This was the trend. From a personal point of view, the remodeling of his body on Ruststar had a great impact on him. As time went by, some deeper things began to emerge, and he had not done enough to unearth the secrets of his body. Since his body was evolved from a small universe and he had chosen his nascent self, it was inevitable that he would have the indelible characteristics of the universe. To put it simply, his upper realm would be like the beginning of the new era of the universe. It would form an inseparable connection with the great Tao. Not just one great Tao, but all great Taos. To be more specific, the concept that could be operated was, what the great Tao collapsed, his small universe would replace. In this process, the great Tao would collapse one by one and die, or rather, it would be reborn. However, his small universe would reach the peak of glory as the great Tao was established one after another. At the moment when the new era began, whether or not his small universe was compatible with the new era would be the key moment of whether or not he could create a legend. Now, he was still mostly guessing. After all, no one had experienced such an upper realm before. There were too many unknowns, too many details, and too many changes. But if his defy direction was right, his future path of Tao would be a brand new path, one that had never been seen before. This was not only in response to the background of this turbulent era, but also because of his nascent self that did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. If he could continue walking down this path, there would not be the 5 decrements anymore. There would also not be the so-called ancient method of becoming an immortal. He was him. He would become an immortal with his own path that was independent of all other cultivators. It might not be the strongest, but it would definitely be the most different. This was the enlightenment Zhou Guo had towards his own path of Tao when he was slowly crawling forward. This was a watershed. The pawn was ready to cross the river. It was not to swim across, nor was it to fly across, but to break everything and cross. To him, who was used to being a maverick, this was the way he liked the most. The 5 decrements, he had nothing better to do. He made himself neither human nor ghost, and was trapped in an inexplicable place with a group of perverts who were lonely because they had been alone for a long time, saying inexplicable things, fighting inexplicable fights. Moreover, he suspected that the 5 decrements method of becoming an immortal was too slow in this changing era. Every few thousand years, there would be one level of decrements. If a new era really began, you would drag along your decrements and become a spectator, unable to find a chance to fight even if you wanted to. What kind of ancient method was this? It was so boring that it hurt. It was a completely unfathomable method. It was purely a blind cat trying to kill a mouse. The success rate of this method was outrageous. The reason why it was called an ancient method was because this method was not suitable for the times. It could not keep up with the current situation, so it served them right to be eliminated. However, there were some idiots who clung onto the ancient method and did not give up. They even thought that they were real cultivators. Crow ancestor? His achievement was due to great luck, but it could not be imitated. He, Lu Xiaoyi, was a pawn, an ant, but he had to choose a path that no one had ever taken before. Of course, it was actually driven by ghosts. He did it himself, forced by the environment. There was no damn way. Chapter 1237. When Lu Xiaoyi was trying to break through to Monarch, he accidentally solved the mystery of his Dao path. This brought him huge benefits. Because Dafa's direction was fixed, he could avoid many detours in his future cultivation. He only needed to make minor adjustments and not be like a headless fly. Dafa had a rough idea. Now, the most pressing issue was how to become a monarch and how to understand the Tao of morality. He was very clear that he didn't need to understand the depth of Tao unification. He only needed to be able to trigger the inner secrets and link up his 6 Tao realms to complete the breakthrough. How far should he go? How should he do it? This was what he needed to solve urgently. Without a precedent and without a cultivation method, he could only follow his intuition. Fortunately, in this land of Tao of morality, he really had a feeling. The most direct thing was that he knew the exact location of the Tao of morality stele. Among the 6 Taos that collapsed, Tao of morality was the earliest. It was more than 10,000 years ago. Under the deliberate obscurity of the Heaven's Choice cultivation world and the ignorant destruction of mortals, its true location had long disappeared in the long river of history. Perhaps some of the most confidential ancient books of the Upper Kingdom still had a description, but it was probably limited to the hearts of the half-immortals at that time. Now that the half-immortals were no longer around, it was hard to say how many people still knew the location of the Tao of morality stele. It could be said that he had completely erased all traces of him, all for the sake of an ancient fear. He didn't know if others had a feeling about this place, such as those cultivators who insisted on the Tao of morality. However, he did. There was no reason. He knew where it was. He was very sure. Jiuju City was the capital of Jiu country. It had a population of 1 million. Because there was no war, the population exploded. Slowly, the outskirts of the city became an urban area. After 10,000 years, its current size was many times greater than before. The only good thing was that Heaven's Choice didn't lack land. There were plenty of places for humans to squander. In terms of population, Jiuju City had become the largest city in Heaven's Choice mainland. What was lost at the eastern corner, what was gained at the southern corner. Without cultivation, this place began to display the power of mortals. 10,000 years ago, Mulberry Elm was just a piece of barren land about 100 miles away from Jiuju City. There were no farmlands, no buildings, and no one knew its original purpose. It was so ordinary that it didn't even have a name. Thousands of years ago, due to the expansion of the cities in Jiuju, humans began to settle down here. Gradually, a small town was formed. Because there were many mulberry trees here, it was named Mulberry Town. 1,000 years ago, the tentacles of urban expansion finally touched this place. Thus, it became a satellite city of Hangzhou City and was renamed Mulberry City. Until now, it had completely merged with Jiazhou City, becoming a functional area of a superlarge city. As for functions, they came in all kinds of forms, and they were all indispensable to a superlarge city. For example, the cattle and horses area, the agricultural products trading area, the small commodity workshop area, the large merchant gathering area, the cultural exchange center, the economic activity center, the entertainment center, and so on. Because the Mulberry district had joined the Jiuju economic circle later, it was also a bit remote. The environment was quite good, with beautiful mountains and limpid waters. It was unknown when it started, but it had slowly become the largest entertainment and cultural center in Hangzhou City. Here, there were the largest casinos, the most luxurious restaurants, and of course, the most colorful nightlife gathering place. There was an endless stream of horses and carriages and tourists. Especially at night, it was as if this was the true center of Jeoju City. As long as you had money, you could get anything you wanted here. All of these changes were natural, as if there was no man-made purpose. In the long river of time, in the exchange of benefits, and in the construction of the city, the Mulberry District had unknowingly been endowed with new functions. It was completely different from 10,000 years ago. This was the inevitable result of human development. It couldn't be described as the sea turning into mulberry fields. It should be called the Azure Sea Embroidery Building. One couldn't come here if they didn't have some wealth, but what Jeoju City didn't lack the least was rich people. In the most prosperous area of the Mulberry District, there were 3 luxurious buildings lined up in a row. They were also the biggest signboards of this place. As a Jeoju citizen, if one didn't spend money here, then they couldn't be called rich people. The one on the left was called Gudi Diao. It was the best restaurant in Jeoju City. Gudi Diao referred to the largest water system in Jeoju country, the Gudi River. This river wasn't known for its length or width. Its biggest characteristic was its depth. Because it was extremely deep, with an average depth of nearly 10,000 feet, the Gudi River was extremely rich in underwater life. There were all kinds of precious fish resources that couldn't be found anywhere else. This restaurant was famous for cooking the life of the Gudi River. Moreover, its dishes were all life below 50,000 feet. Because it was difficult to catch them, it was extremely honorable. The one on the right was called Throwing Youth. Yes, the name looked very elegant. In fact, it was a gambling house. The meaning of the name was that if you threw a coin here, your youth could be called into a second spring. Of course, it could also be thrown away. The one in the middle was the most colorful. It was 5 stories high and was decorated with flowers. Under the night sky, the changing neon lights dazzled the eyes and ears. If the left side was said to be filled with the fragrance of food and wine, and the right side was filled with the smell of money and money, the middle was the kind that intoxicated people. A hidden fragrance floated and seeped into one's heart. It was accompanied by a faint and charming voice, singing and whispering. It made people unknowingly addicted and unable to extricate themselves. It was called Instant Immortal. Instant Immortal? In terms of the process, it seemed quite appropriate. At this time, it was afternoon. Besides the Gudi River, there were countless diners playing rock paper scissors. The other 2 buildings were a bit lighter. Yes, this was because they weren't open for business. The golden hours of these 2 buildings began at night and would continue until midnight. Even when the sky was about to turn bright, such a magnificent scene was not something that Gudi River could compare with. The workers of Throwing Youth were taking inventory. The girls of Instant Immortal were resting. Yes, they were working the night shift, so they needed to rest up. At this time, a young man arrived at the busiest street of Mulberry City. It was a bit too much for the eyes to take in. He stuck his head out and looked around. In such a place, there were naturally officials maintaining order. Ordinary thieves, peddlers, and stalls weren't allowed to wander around here. It would ruin the mood of these old men. Of course, it wasn't a problem for ordinary people to walk around here. Although they didn't have the money to go in, they could only take a quick look and feel the atmosphere here. After that, they would have to circle around a few alleys to find a small restaurant to fill their stomachs. There was no Gudi River, but Gudi River was still passable. It required one's clothes to be neat and tidy. Luo Dafa, the officials had been here for a long time. Basically, when a person walked by, they would be able to tell if he was a rich guest, a tourist, or a beggar. This young man was definitely not a rich guest, but he was also definitely not a beggar. He was just an ordinary person, someone who ate at Gudi River. Although he looked a bit shifty, the afternoon sun was very strong. Everyone was too lazy to move after eating, so no one bothered with him. Chapter 1238. Lu Xiaoyi wandered between several luxurious buildings, feeling a little depressed. He could feel the exact location of the Taoist stele, but if a luxurious building had been built there, how could he get in? He didn't use the means of a cultivator, not because he respected the rules of the Heaven's Choice cultivation world. To be honest, He had never been a person who followed the rules. But here, in the land of morality, where his sword ancestor had merged with the Tao, he felt it was better to show some respect. Moreover, if he wanted to understand morality, he had to use the methods of morality, or in other words, he had to use the methods approved by the moral people here. There was a principle: if he exposed his identity as a cultivator here, it meant his failure. Therefore, he could only treat himself as an ordinary person and look at everything from the perspective of an ordinary person. He felt that the location of the moral stele was exactly in the center of the building of the one instant immortal, but he didn't know whether it was intentional or not. Was it a coincidence of the ordinary people, or was there a cultivator behind them who deliberately disgusted the sword ancestor? Since it was a luxurious building, of course, there were countless entrances, such as the front door, the main door, the back door, the side door, and the corner door, for people of different levels to enter and exit. On the afternoon of a day, the front door and the main door were closed, and only a few people came in and out to replenish supplies, drinks, fruits, and so on. He wandered in the alleys between several luxurious buildings, wondering how he could sneak in. Should he be a spendthrift? Or something else? It was not that he couldn't afford it, but if he went in as a spendthrift, he would see a different scene. If he went in with other identities, he would see a different scene. He didn't dislike this kind of place, and he was even very familiar with it. But now was not the time to do this, and he was still very clear about the simple priorities. Before he attracted the attention of the officials, he first aroused the suspicion of the hatchet men next to him. Because of the sensitivity of their profession, they were very vigilant against these inexplicable strangers, especially strong young men. But it seemed that this guy was alone, and he didn't seem to come here with evil intentions. Young man, this is not a place to wander around. Be careful, if you wander around for too long, you will be dragged by those officials and get into trouble for no reason, a middle-aged man reminded. He had a full beard, and the veins on his arms were bulging. Lu Xiaoyi bowed politely and pointed to the brothel next to him. Thank you for your reminder, uncle. But I'm not here to wander around. I'm here to see if there's any work. I'm traveling alone and my bag is almost empty. I heard that it's easy to earn money here. They had seen many people like this. They said they were looking for work, but in fact, they were looking for an opportunity to get close to the top girls here. Because they couldn't afford to spend the night, they found such a lame excuse. His skin was soft and tender. Although his figure was tall and straight, he had never done manual labor. His hands were clean and spotless, without a single callus. How could he be a servant? Especially in a brothel like Instant Celestial. What was there to criticize? There were many people like this in Jeoju City. Basically, they were middle-class people who didn't lack food and clothing. But to come here to spend money was far beyond their ability. They were young men, after all. They were in the prime of their lives, so they always had some thoughts. Plus, they read too many novels, so they came here. In the end, they didn't get to taste the fish, and they were taught a good lesson by society. This was the most common story. Were there any good people among the hired thugs of the gambling house? Most of them were just there to watch the show. Most of them were gloating. They didn't have much fun on a daily basis, so they liked to tease these middle-class people. Seeing that the middle-aged man didn't speak, a busybody said, "Want to find a job in Instant Celestial? It's not impossible, but it's useless for you to wander around here. Let me teach you a lesson. Go to the back door and find Chief Steward Wu. He's in charge of the external affairs of Instant Celestial. Maybe he'll take you in as a teapot because of your delicate features." The surrounding people laughed and laughed. Seeing that this young man was about to enter the trap, no one stopped him. Actually, what this person said wasn't completely wrong. Chief Steward Wu was a real person, and he was indeed in charge of the external affairs of the brothel. Furthermore, the brothel was different from the gambling house. They didn't require their servants to be able to fight, but to have a decent appearance. This suited this young man's requirements. It was a place of entertainment. If you put a few ugly people in there, it would spoil the fun. Lu Xiaoyi didn't care. Why would he care about such a little dirty thing among mortals? Different people had completely different goals in life. To be able to achieve his goal and make others happy was his goal. So he smiled and cupped his hands. If I'm lucky enough to get the job, I'll definitely treat all of you to a drink when I get paid in the future. Leaving behind the hired thugs who were constantly pointing at him, Lu Xiaoyi went to the back door of Instant Celestial. Well, the door was half closed. Occasionally, there would be carriages going in and out. He bowed to a servant in a green robe and a small hat at the door and asked, "I'm looking for Chief Steward Wu. Brother, please show me the way." In order to avoid trouble, he took out a bit of his aura. This kind of doorman was the most difficult to deal with. He was disorganized and didn't know right from wrong. If he didn't like you, it would be very troublesome. The doorman was shocked. He felt that this guy's origin wasn't simple, but he couldn't tell why. However, he couldn't be as rough as he usually was with people who didn't have anything to do with him. So he pointed out, "You can't go in first. Chief Steward Wu will come out to pick up the goods later. I'll give you some advice then." Lu Xiaoyi smiled and waited quietly. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a square face and big ears came out. He looked dignified without being angry. The servant hurriedly ran forward and whispered a few words. When Chief Steward Wu glanced at him, Lu Xiaoyi changed his attitude and lowered his eyebrows. "I'm Lu Xiaoyi. I've specially invited Instant Celestial to do some work and earn some luggage." He used his real name here. This was the first time he used his real name since he left Qing Kong. Of course, other people might not know that this name was real. Before becoming a martial monarch, it wasn't good to use a fake name. This was related to respect for the heavenly Tao. It was better to be cautious. What happened next was very natural. A place like Instant Celestial would always lack people. What it lacked were not ladies, but servants. Especially servants who looked pleasing to the eye. Because Zhou country was rich, very few people were willing to do this kind of lowly job of waiting on others. Even if there were, they wouldn't be able to do it for long. Therefore, recruitment was always done at any time. Lu Xiaoyi's appearance wasn't bad. With one look, one could tell that he was a well-mannered person. These were all suitable conditions. In addition, Chief Steward Wu was inexplicably happy when he stepped out of the back door. Therefore, this matter was quickly settled. Lu Xiaoyi, after coming to Heaven's Choice Continent for many years, finally found his first job as a servant in a brothel. Chapter 1239. His days started to become interesting. One misconception was that all the servants in the brothel were big teapots. This was not true. In fact, in order to get to the position of a teapot in a brothel, one needed to be very capable. Not only did one need to have delicate features, a gentle personality, and a pleasing way of speaking, one also needed to know how to read people's expressions, speak human language, and even have their own network of contacts, know the special hobbies and habits of the regular customers, and be able to smoothly resolve the small disputes between the customers. In terms of salary, he was a special talent second only to the stewards. Most of the young people couldn't do this. Therefore, most of the jobs in the brothel were to do all kinds of odd jobs, deliver food, run errands, help in cleaning, cook, and guard. As for which position to be assigned, the stewards usually had their own unique ability to distinguish. They could always make the best use of people. The stewards were actually the personnel managers in his previous life. If one didn't have sharp eyes, he wouldn't be able to do this job. He didn't have the qualification to be a teapot. As a guard, he didn't show his strength. As a guard, it was a pity that he had to do odd jobs. Therefore, he was arranged to be at the gate, in charge of receiving customers and seeing them off. Lu Xiaoyi was quite satisfied with this. This was the best he could do without exposing his identity as a cultivator. Moreover, he worked in 2 shifts, so he didn't have to be at the gate all the time. He had 12 hours every day, which was good for him to stay here and experience something. It was a bit inappropriate to experience morality in a brothel. However, this was the reality, and he had no choice. He knew that to experience morality, one shouldn't be limited to one place or one city. Morality was everywhere, from the top of the imperial court to the bottom of the fields. However, he had just comprehended this Tao, so he couldn't reach such a state. To be more precise, he wanted to comprehend the sword ancestor's morality here. The crow ancestor had merged with morality. From the moment he merged with the Tao, the moral orientation of the Heaven's Choice moral stele was the same as the crow ancestors. Even if the morality collapsed later, the remaining artistic conception was the crow ancestor's artistic conception of morality. Others couldn't feel it, but he could. This was fate. He didn't know if this fate was because he was Xuanyuan's disciple. Or was he just an exception? If it was an exception, why did it have to be him? He knew that he could not understand the crow ancestor's morality at the moment. However, it seemed that he did not need to do so. He only needed to understand a little bit of the crow ancestor's true meaning. Perhaps his problem would be solved easily. Therefore, they could only stay here, and they had to stay here. She carefully savored the faint, strange, and indescribable feeling in her ordinary life. He had an epiphany. Morality was not something that was found, it was something that was created by oneself. He was not trying to comprehend anything here, but he was trying to do something to gain the crow ancestor's approval. The so-called doing something did not refer to killing in all directions and looking down on the world like in the cultivation world. Instead, it referred to doing ordinary things that were in line with the crow ancestor's morals. When a body of a small universe like his could slightly conform to the morality that was first pushed down in the universe, this would be his beginning. This made him very dissatisfied. This was because he did not think that the crow ancestor's morals were his own. Everyone should have their own morals, and not follow the rules. Wasn't this crow ancestor of Shenyuan being too overbearing and meddling too much? It could not be helped. Who asked him to be reshaped by the small universe? And when he was reshaped, the crow ancestor's morals had already transformed into thousands of forms and integrated into the whole universe. It did not need to be completely identical, it only needed to find a common point, right? Days passed. Lu Xiaoyi started his new life in the ordinary life, a life that he had never thought of. He soon discovered that being a bellboy was not his only job. When business was slow, he was required to do other work. This was the steward's way of squeezing him out of his value. It had always been like this, without exception. The double shift that he imagined did not exist. Instead, it was the usual 9966 shift. It was easy to be a doorman at the door. What was more troublesome was the time when he was not a doorman. Xiaoyi, hurry up and send the hot water to the girls in the brothel. The guests that these girls received yesterday were a little crazy. The girls slept late. If they wake up and see that there is no hot water to apply to their faces, they will be angry. Xiaoyi, go to the East Gate Market and buy some bayberries. The girls in the summer brothel asked for them to eat. Remember, don't eat green. Xiaoyi, bring the foot-washing water to the girls in the autumn brothel. And also the flower petals and essence. Xiaoyi, where the hell did you go? It's time to take down the horse. Manager Wu was very satisfied because this newly recruited doorman was the most diligent one he had seen in recent years. He never made any mistakes and never complained. He was always on call and never slacked off. In this day and age, it was not easy to find such a young man. He deliberately raised his salary by 30% as a reward. Now, the only thing he was worried about was that if this fellow worked for too long, what if he got bored and left? It was not easy to find a man who could do the work of 3 people. For this reason, he specially mentioned it to Sister Bai because Sister Bai was the best at dealing with this kind of matter. Sister Bai was the brothel keeper of Instant Celestial. She was past her middle age. When she was young, she was a famous playboy in Jiuju City. She was second to none as a courtesan. Now that she was older, she started to do management work. She had some shares and was the most powerful woman in Instant Fairy, except for a few bosses. She had other ideas about how to make people stay. It's not easy to find a 3-legged toad, but there are plenty of 2-legged people. As long as there is money, what kind of people can't you find? Old Wu, if you see them so clearly, they might be one of your relatives, right? Don't even think about it. The girls are so tired all day, how can they be in the mood to do this kind of thing? They are not rich young masters, how can they gain both fame and fortune? Don't even think about the maids, they are all future money trees. If they really fall for them and elope, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Sister Bai flatly refuse. She understood what Manager Wu meant. It was nothing more than using a girl to hook this young man's heart. If he did not agree or reject, then he could only bury himself in work here. However, she was not interested in doing this kind of thing. It was easy to cause trouble. If one was not a real talent, he would not use such a big move. A brothel had its own rules. She was very clear about it. This kind of method was the most dangerous. It could not be done easily. Once it was done, it would be uncontrollable. If this girl and that guard were together, and that girl ran away with this servant, it would be impossible to prevent the relationship between a man and a woman. When that time came, it would not be a problem of a servant who was willing to work, but a problem of the bosses coming to settle accounts with her. Brainless old Wu, if you have a willing subordinate, you can just give him more money. Instant Celestial's business was booming, why would they be afraid of this little expense? Chapter 1240. Lu Xiaoyi had been working in the Instant Immortal for a year. He was familiar with the environment and many things were easier for him. There was no problem with his work, but the problem was his own problem. How could he satisfy the Crow ancestors' morality? This was an extremely challenging problem. His problem was that he had been away from his own sect ever since Jin Dan, so he knew nothing about the Crow ancestors' life. Martial Uncle Mi had talked about some things, but it was all about the general situation. How could he have the time to talk about personal morality? In these aspects, if he had stayed in the sect, he would have been able to get some information because of his cultivation level. He would have been able to vaguely get a general direction. For example, the Crow ancestor's personality, his inclination towards good and evil, and his way of dealing with people. If he could have a specific understanding of the Crow ancestors' famous deeds, he would at least be able to make a general judgment. Unfortunately, for Lu Xiaoyi, he was at a loss right now. After thinking about it, he realized that he had no chance to understand the Crow ancestors' life. He could only give up on this idea. The only thing he could do now was to follow his own pace and follow his own morality. This might be the most in line with his Taoist heart. But it might not be in line with the Crow ancestor's heart. This unlucky Crow ancestor, he was no longer here, but he still gave him such a difficult problem. Lu Xiaoyi gave up on acting awkwardly and began to do what he thought he should do. He had been in the Instant Immortal for a year. He had a thorough understanding of the environment here. Could he do something that could affect everyone? He could not use the power of a cultivator, so he could only use the power of an ordinary person. Fortunately, he came from his previous life, so there were still many directions worth trying. His goal was to be an inventor. What should he invent? In a place like this, if 10 people transmigrated here, 10 of them would invent one thing. The raw materials used were not complicated. The cecum of a lamb, the bladder of an animal, or the bladder of a fish. The raw materials used depended on the popularity of the raw materials and the simplicity of the manufacturing process. Lu Xiaoyi believed in the intelligence of the people in this world. As long as he started, there would definitely be people who would not give up and continue to research until it became popular throughout the universe. Now, he just needed to start. He chose fish bladders because in Jiuju City, due to the existence of the Gudi River, the fish resources were extremely abundant. Fish bladders were also the easiest material to find. Countless similar things were thrown away as trash in Instant Deity's kitchen every day, and he was just recycling the waste. Among them, there was a type of fish called the blister eye. Its swim bladder was especially suitable. Whether it was the size, texture, or elasticity, it was the best. The process was also very simple. It was dried, and then it was softened with oil and wheat bran until it became a thin rubber. He made dozens of them and gradually became more familiar with them. He didn't have to worry about the issue of patents because this world didn't care about that. He gave it to Steward Wu and explained its use. All that was left was to wait and slowly ferment. From rejection to dependence, from luxury goods to daily necessities, this was the process. On a certain evening 10 days later, Lu Xiaoyi and the other 3 doormen were on duty at the entrance. Today was a very famous festival in the Heaven's Choice continent, the Bamboo Festival. It was similar to the Chinese Valentine's Day in Lu Xiaoyi's previous world, a good day for lovers to gather. Instant Deity's place was also very lively. People came and went, and there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. After enduring the busiest time for guests, the flow of people began to lessen. The 4 doormen finally had some time to rest and chat. Among the 4, Lu Xiaoyi was already considered half an old man. Among them, there was one who came later than him and had only been here for a month. Looking at these people's extravagant lifestyle, he was very envious and sighed. If only we could be like them one day. They celebrate the Bamboo Festival and are all lovey-dovey. We can only celebrate the paper offering festival a few days later, lonely and cheerless. The Bamboo Festival was the Chinese Valentine's Day in the Heaven's Choice continent, while the paper offering festival was the Qingming Festival here. It was just that they were closer, so this newcomer had such a feeling. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Little 5, you don't have to be envious. It's all the same. It's just burning money and sending flowers. The Bamboo Festival is burning real money and saying a bunch of nonsense for people to listen to. The paper offering festival is burning fake money and saying a bunch of nonsense for ghosts to listen to. What's the difference? Everyone laughed. Lu Xiaoyi's popularity here was not bad. Everyone liked him because he worked hard and never slacked off. Moreover, he was very witty. They were all from poor families and no one was more noble than the other. It was normal for them to tease each other. It was also to find joy in the midst of hardship. This was the attitude of the people at the bottom of society. While they were chatting, a middle-aged woman walked over with a kitchen knife in her hand, scaring the few of them. Since little 5 was a newcomer, he was naturally the one to welcome her. He stopped her and asked. It turned out that this woman suspected that her husband was celebrating the Bamboo Festival with someone here. She was furious and came to find him with a knife. She was also a shrewish woman. In the Jiao country, since it was a country of morals, there was a system of monogamy. The status of women was not low, at least on the surface. On this Valentine's Day, men with a sense of responsibility should of course stay at home with their wives. It was not good for them to fool around. Of course, this had a lot to do with the status of the husband and wife. Some dared to come here with a knife, while others could only cry at home. Xiao Wu handed the woman over to the other 3 and ran inside. The other 3 also guessed that he was going to pass on the message, but they couldn't stop him. Newcomers were all like this. They were too eager to show off. They thought that by doing this, they could gain the manager's appreciation and get a more lucrative job. They were very naive. An old servant sighed. It's over. How many guests do you think will come this year? If it's less than 5, we will at most receive a small punishment. If it's more than 10, I'm afraid that this month's salary will be halved. Not long after, there was a slight movement at the corner of the brothel. Lu Xiaoyi heard it and realized that there were less than 20 people running away. Of course, he was the only one who could hear it. The others were clueless. After a while, Steward Wu walked over with a gloomy face, followed by little 5, who had a bitter look on his face. Obviously, he had messed up the matter. With a loud shout, many of the men who had a traitor in their hearts ran away. This was all money that could be earned from running. Steward Wu glared fiercely at the few of them. This month's salary will be halved. Little 5 is insensible. You old people also don't know? You are deliberately looking for a joke. Don't think that I don't know. After venting a few words, he turned to Lu Xiaoyi alone. Little Yi, you have always been outstanding. I didn't expect you to be so inexperienced. Come with me. I have another punishment for you. Lu Xiaoyi didn't say much. He smiled at little 5, who had an apologetic look in his eyes, and followed Steward Wu. He knew very well that it wasn't because of this trivial matter. It was more likely that there was progress on that invention of his. The rules here were still very strict. Things like this required many people to try before they could know if it was good or bad. Now that more than 10 days had passed, the time was just right. Chapter 1241. Lu Xiaoyi was led by Steward Wu to a small parlor. Steward Wu did not stay for long and left quietly. He knew this woman. She was the brothel keeper of Instant Celestial, the famous Sister Bai. Who would not recognize her? He was a man with a special hobby. Moreover, with his personality, how could he avoid looking at people? She was at the age of tigers and wolves. She was as round as a pearl and as smooth as jade. It was as if time had not left many traces on her body. Instead, it made her look more mature. She looked at the diligent young man in front of her. He dared to stand here and stare at her so unscrupulously. Either he was a pervert or he had a story. However, she did not care about this. While she was dawdling, Lu Xiaoyi was too lazy to be deep. "We are all responsible for what happened outside." Sister Bai waved her hand and interrupted him. "It has nothing to do with this matter. That woman was arranged by me to drive away some guests who should not be here today. However, this is not something that I, Instant Celestial, should say. That's why I made such arrangements." Lu Xiaoyi was really surprised. "Why? Are we not making money anymore?" Sister Bai played it down. "There are 365 days in a year. It doesn't matter if we earn less every day. Even if we are a brothel, there are some things that have a bottom line. So, even a thief has a code." Lu Xiaoyi was very knowledgeable. "If that's the case, why are you still penalizing our salaries?" Sister Bai glanced at him. "These are two different matters. Driving these people home is the rule of Instant Celestial. However, it is your responsibility to guard the entrance well. Originally, all of this should be arranged by us. However, because of your rash actions, things went out of control. Although different means lead to the same goal, since the brothel's income is low today, the four of you should subsidize it. Isn't that right?" Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. This woman was not ordinary. Sister Bai changed the topic. "I called you here because of the new thing that you made. It's called," Lu Xiaoyi continued, "condom." Sister Bai did not look shy at all. She was experienced and had been through a lot. She was invulnerable to fire and water and was invulnerable. Millimeter, a condom, that's a good image. Let me ask you, if I give you a sum of money, are you willing to contribute the method of making this thing? For a place like ours, this thing is simply too useful. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi could understand. With this thing, the women in this line of work would be able to suffer less. Otherwise, if they were to get pregnant frequently, the damage to the human body would be obvious. Furthermore, the methods that were passed down in this line of work were extremely cruel. It was a huge problem that had not been solved for tens of thousands of years. Today, he, Lu Xiaoyi, was going to benefit the common people. Of course, he was referring to the gradual spread of this thing. Of course, this is also my original intention. Otherwise, I would have opened a shop and not handed it over to Steward Wu. Sister Bai was also very curious. This person was definitely not an ordinary person. He was knowledgeable and had a good eye. Such a person shouldn't be kept here as a doorman and emptying toilets for others. "Why? I heard from Steward Wu that you came here because you've exhausted all your belongings, but from what I see now, you don't seem to care much about money." Lu Xiaoyi smiled. "Because only with you here, this thing can be promoted at the fastest speed. As a woman's friend, this is what I should do." Sister Bai looked at him with interest. Due to her experience, the reason she could think of was very limited. "Have you taken a liking to a girl?" "It's okay, you can say it. I'll give you a chance." Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. "Girl? Not interested. However, I would like to ask Sister Bai about some technical problems in the future if I have the opportunity." Sister Bai laughed. In her heart, she was still a little proud. This meant that she was still young and charming. This kind of situation often happened in momentary celestial. After all, there were always people with strange habits. After eating young grass for a long time, it was not strange to want to gnaw on the old bark and grind teeth. "Okay. But if it's just this, condoms, that's not enough. I wonder if Xiaoyi has any other skills." Lu Xiaoyi's position in momentary celestial had some subtle changes. He continued to be a doorman, but housekeeper Wu no longer assigned him to do things like washing feet and emptying toilets. Now, he could be considered as a doorman with some status. Sister Bai was very swift and decisive. Momentary Celestial did not lack financial resources. She also had shares in it. Very quickly, she arranged for the workshop to start manufacturing according to Lu Xiaoyi's method and gradually increased the production. There were talents everywhere. During this process, there were many brilliant craftsmen who came up with many improvements. However, these had nothing to do with Lu Xiaoyi. The process of spreading was the fastest in the entertainment industry. Then, the guests would bring this thing home and it would spread in the upper class. After all, having more children was a blessing. However, if this blessing was too much, then no one could afford to raise it. Because it did not require very complicated craftsmanship, and this thing was in short supply, anyone with a discerning eye could see the huge market value of this thing. Businessmen with business vision never lacked courage. Therefore, pirated workshops appeared very quickly. First, it was in Jiuju City. Then, it began to spread to other cities in Jiu country. Soon, it spread to the entire mainland. Lu Xiaoyi was very proud. He had finally contributed a little bit of his meager strength to this world. Yes, it was fish balls or small intestines. This world did not have any rubber products. It was also very environmentally friendly. Perfect. Was this morality? He did not know. Anyway, the Crow ancestors' morality did not recognize it. Therefore, he was still the same as before. He did not have the slightest impulse to be an upper-level true monarch. In the eyes of the higher-ups of Momentary Celestial, this doorman was a freak. His behavior seemed to be different from normal people. Sister Bai was very curious sometimes. Xiaoyi, you can be considered a person with some wealth now. Don't you have any other thoughts? Many of the ladies here think that you are not ordinary. As long as you are willing, it's very simple. Or, you can use this money to do some business. With your intelligence, it will definitely be profitable. If you have the heart, I am willing to give you a share of the capital. But you don't know that it is a pity to waste your time in the position of a doorman. Lu Xiaoyi interrupted. Open a shop. Sister Bai, are you going to be the lady boss? Sister Bai was a little self-reproachful. At my age, it's not suitable, right? If I was born good and married early, I'm afraid that my child would be as old as you. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Are you a freaking old hag? Can you give birth to a 1,000-year-old monster? I don't think that age is a problem. The key is whether or not you have a young heart. Sister Bai glared at him. Toying with young men was a piece of cake for her. Sister Bai, although I have turned over a new leaf, I don't mind opening a door for young and handsome men. However, my price here is very high. Your little bit of wealth may not be in my eyes. Lu Xiaoyi looked at her lecherously. Sister Bai, just say it directly. Why do you have to use such a tone to tease my appetite? Sister Bai's eyes were like silk. Unless you take out something similar to that condom, perhaps I will agree to your request. Chapter 1242. Lu Xiaoyi was only joking. He didn't dare to be too presumptuous in the territory of the Crow ancestor. He felt as if someone was watching him from the unseen world. It was very uncomfortable. No matter how unruly he was, he couldn't act recklessly in front of the Crow ancestor, right? In an instant immortal, he went into hibernation. He didn't make a sound, as if he was really a doorman who welcomed and sent people off. He never argued with anyone, nor did he try to pull out a saw. After inventing that thing, he went back to being an ordinary person. This made Steward Wu and Sister Bai, who were silently observing him, feel amazed. They were even more certain that this person must have some background. In view of the fact that cultivation had been silent for nearly 10,000 years in Han country, people had long stopped thinking in that direction. Therefore, the two of them were inclined to believe that this person was a descendant of some big family who was in dire straits. This had nothing to do with them. As long as he didn't have a criminal record in Jiuju, there was nothing that they didn't dare to use. In an instant immortal, being able to make such a big scene, he had a say in the entire upper class of Jiuju. Lu Xiaoyi, through his own efforts, had obtained a relatively independent position in an instant immortal. To say that he was a doorman wasn't entirely correct. To say that he had some status, he was actually just a doorman. Steward Wu and Sister Bai could see through him. They didn't know about his personality for the time being, but this person was really lazy. Other than standing at the door when he was on duty, he would be hiding in his room. He would be like a cat for several hours. No one knew what he was doing. After a long time, everyone became familiar with his strangeness. Since the steward didn't say anything, naturally, no one came to find trouble with him. Moreover, this person was really not annoying. After coming to the brothel for several years, no one actually disliked him. They didn't know how he did it. A strange person. He had the ability, but he was willing to degrade himself. He had a good temper and stood aloof from worldly affairs. He didn't have the spirit of a young man. He was in a brothel, but he had no feelings for the flowers. He was against an old iron tree. Lu Xiaoyi looked calm on the surface, but in fact, he was deeply worried. Because there wasn't much time left. After all, there was a time limit to the diplomatic mission. It was impossible for everyone to stay here just because of him. He was very clear about his situation in the Heaven's Choice continent. When the diplomatic mission was here, he was safe. Once the diplomatic mission left, he would be completely out of control. His life and death would be in the hands of others. It was impossible for him to go into hiding without anyone knowing. It was just like how Daoist Pang could easily find him. He will never forget what he did to the cultivators of the Heaven's Choice. Starting from the enmity of the Changshuo navigation mark, the two lives on the fragrant grass trail, and finally the massacre in the Echo Valley. The three sisters of the Good Kingdom said that this was just a fight for Dao and he shouldn't take it to heart. Maybe, for a real noble person, this might be true. But how many such noble and pedantic people are there in the world of cultivation? If it was Lu Xiaoyi, he would be the first to fail. Therefore, he had to leave with the diplomatic mission. If he wanted to travel freely in the Heaven's Choice mainland, he would need to at least reach the level of an Essence Soul True Lord. This was a principle. He had already stayed in the Heaven's Choice mainland for 9 years. According to what Fairy Liuzi said, the diplomatic mission would last for more than 10 years. This also meant that he didn't have much time left. In these years in the Heaven's Moment, he gained nothing on the Tao of morality. His Tao of morality came from the bits and pieces of his daily life and cultivation. Even when he formed his nascent soul, there was no Tao of morality. It was one of the few Taos that he lacked. He could feel that the Tao of morality steely was here, but that was it. He couldn't get anything from it. This was in line with the common phenomenon after the disappearance of the Tao of morality steely. If even a half-immortal young god couldn't get anything from here, it would be a bit whimsical for him to think that he was different from the rest. Even if he was born in Shenyuan, being able to accurately feel the location of the Tao of morality steely was already the greatest gift from the heavenly Tao to him. The reason why he stayed here was because of his basic intuition. He was a person who was very good at reasoning. Since he trusted his intuition and couldn't learn the Crow ancestors' Tao of morality here, then why did he still think that he could get the key to the upper realm here? There could only be one reason. As a body formed by the small universe, it was more or less influenced by the Tao of morality. Although it wasn't obvious, it really existed. Now that he wanted to reach the upper realm, he had to show a similar Tao of morality to the Crow ancestor. Even if it wasn't similar, he had to get the Crow ancestor's Tao of morality's recognition. This kind of recognition didn't require him to have a deep understanding of Tao of morality. It wasn't like that. Instead, it was just an indescribable, mysterious feeling of mutual appreciation. Just like when some people met each other, they only needed an instant to know that they could become friends. As for some people, they just needed to look at each other and they couldn't help but feel disgust. Now, he was going against the Crow ancestors' Tao of morality. After looking at each other, it didn't seem to match. It might not be disgust, but it definitely wasn't admiration either. This made him completely lose his sense of direction. In the dead of the night, for the first time, an instant immortal climbed to the top of the brothel. He really climbed up, not leaping. He breathed in the slightly sweet air and looked at the bright lights around him. For the past few years, in order to hide his identity as a cultivator, he had locked himself in his room. It was too suffocating. He had to leave. Even if he knew that the opportunity was in the hands of heaven's choice, he had to leave with the diplomatic group and come back secretly. He couldn't just walk around and pretend that nothing had happened. However, he had already made up his mind. When he climbed up to the top, he immediately realized what he lacked. It was contact with nature. It was being trapped in a room. This caused his thoughts to be subconsciously imprisoned, becoming less sharp and sluggish. If he continued to cultivate like this, even if he became what the crow ancestor wanted, was this what he had spent 1,000 years pursuing? Cultivating for 1,000 years just to become a person under the moral framework of others? All these years, under the temptation of being an upper realm true monarch and having more than 1,000 years of life, his heart was somewhat impure, blindly fawning. Deceiving himself and others, he thought that he was following the sword ancestor's example. This caused him to gradually lose himself. Although it wasn't obvious, subconsciously, it determined his every move here. Careful, cautious, and cautious. It wasn't to look at the eyes of mortals, but to examine the Tao of morality in the unseen world. Did he, Lu Xiaoyi, need to be scrutinized by others in his life? Decide the future. Even if you are an immortal, even if you were a Tao immortal, you can't decide my Tao of morality. Not only Tao of morality, you can't decide for me on anything. It was a little late to only understand his own feelings before he left, but as long as he understood, it would never be too late. Bulsh *T sword ancestor. This is my era, not yours. Lu Xiaoyi fiercely stretched out his hand towards the night sky and pointed his middle finger. However, a woman's suppressed exclamation came from below. Chapter 1243. P.S. Happy Lantern Festival. In addition, I've been updating non-stop since the Spring Festival. I've even made myself the #1 in terms of combat power. After today, I need to rest, so I won't be updating anymore. Please forgive me. Lu Xiaoyi's heroic spirit was immediately broken by the female voice. Only now did he realize that because he had closed his divine sense, he didn't pay much attention to his surroundings after climbing to the top of the brothel. In the past few years, he had gradually become familiar with this state of enlightenment. Because it was safe enough, he didn't feel that there was any problem. However, a few feet below him was a small room. In the room, there was a huge wooden barrel, and in the barrel stood a white figure. As expected of a veteran in the field of romance, Sister Bai didn't panic at all even though she was being peeked at. She didn't find anything to cover up. Instead, she covered her mouth and chuckled Darfar. Little Yi, you're so daring. You actually climbed so high just to. Aren't you afraid that you'll fall and die a tragic death? This woman actually covered her mouth when she was in this situation. Lu Xiaoyi's anger rose from his heart. Lust led to boldness. Sister Bai, I'm here to fulfill my promise with you. I've invented another treasure, and I want Sister Bai to see if it's to your liking. While he was speaking, his hand climbed onto the eaves, and with a swing, he had already floated in through the window. Even the experienced and knowledgeable people had no choice but to hastily pull out a thin veil to cover his body. However, the veil was too thin, and the embroidery was too shallow. Rather than calling it a veil, it would be better to call it a few strands of yarn. The roof was a few feet away. After all, it was different from being face to face. Even if she had rich experience, she was still a mortal. Lu Xiaoyi's eyes were clear, but he didn't have a trace of lust. Instead, he took out something from his sleeve. Sister Bai, please take a look. Sister Bai was really embarrassed at this time. She wanted to pretend that it didn't matter, but she couldn't stand the huge contrast between this person's serious expression and the current situation. In order to cover up her embarrassment and not fall into a disadvantageous position, she didn't retreat. She had decades of experience in the entertainment industry, so she couldn't show her fear in front of this young man. This was also a battle, a psychological battle. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to control this person in the future. Thus, he could only borrow something to divert the awkwardness. Therefore, when he received the item, he had only intended to perfunctorily examine it. However, the more he looked at it, the more astonished he became. The more he looked at it, the more attentive he became. It was as if he had completely forgotten about the current situation and the fact that he had seen through it. This is. Even though Zhong Xian had some thoughts in mind, he still couldn't be certain. Lu Xiaoyi came closer and pointed at it. This is the most important core. Kapok is used as the core. It's light, absorbent, and comfortable. This is the flank. It prevents leakage due to limited movement. This is the adhesive. It's used for fixing. There's a slight wine fragrance. That's right, it's for disinfection. Sister Bai completely understood. For women, this seemed to be an epoch-making thing. A completely subversive design was on a completely different level from the crude and simple design they were using now. One could only imagine the significance it would bring to the women if it were to spread. It also meant that there was a huge business opportunity behind it. It was a necessity for almost half of the population of Heaven's Choice. This, little Yi, how did you think of this? Why are your thoughts always deviating to the lower three paths? Lu Xiaoyi had a smile on his face, but his tone was aggressive. Sister Bai, I've done what you asked me to do. Are you satisfied? Is there any future prospects? Can it be beneficial to others? Sister Bai wanted to shake her head, but the truth was right there. She couldn't reject it. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said politely, how about letting Xiaoyi do his best to help Sister Bai put this thing on and see what's going on? That night, the candlelight did not go out. When Sister Bai woke up, the sun was high up in the sky. When she woke up, there was no one around her. It was like a dream. When she woke up from the dream, nothing was left behind. Of course, there was also the baby on the bed that was rubbed until it was unrecognizable. There was also the backache all over her body. That person had left silently, but Sister Bai knew that he would never come back. Because he didn't belong here. She remembered that before she lost her consciousness, she asked, "Are you really Lu Xiaoyi?" Now, the answer was written on the flower table with 4 words dipped in wine. Not me, she sighed. To have such a story before she lost her youth, it was enough for her to remember the rest of her life. At this time, Lu Xiaoyi was theoretically still in Jiao country, in Mulberry district, in Instant Immortal. However, no one could see him because he was high up in the sky, very high up in the sky, exceeding the height allowed by Yuanying. He was hundreds of thousands of feet in the sky, where only half immortals were qualified to stay. Cultivators were not allowed to enter Jiao country, but there was an exception. You could pass through the sky where mortals couldn't see. Hundreds of thousands of feet in the sky, and in the territory of Jiao country, it meant that there was no one here. Lu Xiaoyi was in a good mood and prepared to break through to True Monarch. After a night of spring breeze, he discovered that his 6 Dao realms had formed a mysterious connection with each other. This connection was constantly deepening and strengthening. At the same time, it stimulated his inner secrets, causing his whole body to have an impulse to move. The time had come. How did he do it? Right now, he was also at a complete loss. Was it the baby that he wore for the whole night? Or was it 2 small inventions that had far-reaching effects? Or was it the combination of these actions? However, one thing was very clear. It seemed that the Crow ancestors' so-called morals were also very wretched, strange, perverted, out of tune. If he had known that the Crow ancestor was such a person, would he have acted like a child here for so many years? He would have just shown his true colors and done what he was supposed to do. Why did he have to act so timidly and make the Crow ancestors' morals look down on him? Even he looked down on himself. History is just so cruel and hypocritical. What you saw and heard was only a half-finished product that had been processed for tens of thousands of years. It was like a beautifully packaged sausage. It would be strange if you knew what kind of meat was hidden inside. Fortunately, in terms of moral choices, he and the Crow ancestor had some similarities. Could it be that the Shenyuan sword vein was all like this? Should he meet up with the diplomatic mission? He had already thrown this idea to the back of his mind. It was too late. Before he reached the upper realm, Everything was in vain. He quietly sat in a dense cloud, making all kinds of preparations before he reached the upper realm. For a cultivator to become a monarch, it was a process of internal changes. This process had never changed. It was like this in the past, it was like this in the present, and it would still be like this in the future. However, his internal changes could not be separated from the Tao realm. Therefore, no matter how he felt that he had reached the moment before he became a monarch, he just could not take this step. Because of the impact of the collapse of the Tao on the heavenly Tao, because of his small universe's reconstruction of the body's understanding of the Tao. Now, his understanding of the Tao was enough. Under the fusion of the 6 innate Taos and the Tao of morals, he had satisfied the heavenly Tao's requirements for his body. From here on out, it was the normal process of becoming a monarch. His difficulty was in the beginning. After an unknown period of time, the 6 Taos became closer and closer, as if they were about to build a small, incomplete universe. This was the path of the upper realm that belonged to him. When he gathered all 36 Taos one day, it would not be a small universe, but a great one, and he would become an immortal. Chapter 1244. In the entanglement of the 6 great Taos, Lu Xiaoyi seemed to see a trace of the chaos in the early days of the universe's formation. This cycle repeated, and when the 6 great Taos formed a balance and were completely stabilized, he felt his yuanying become restless. He jumped up lightly and stood firmly on the 9 inches. Lu Xiaoyi began to swallow the purple light at the right time. Just as the yuanying stood 9 inches above the ground, a huge siphoning force came from the nascent soul's body. It was like a black hole that wanted to swallow everything. This was the reason why he had prepared such a large amount of purple purity. Now, he had more than 8,000 purple purity on hand, which was far more than the amount of purple purity a normal cultivator needed to reach the monarch stage. This was because his nascent self was different from others. Such a huge amount of absorption could only be used for one purpose, to form the nascent soul. Only after forming the nascent soul can one condense their spirit. The principles of the 10 moons cultivation method, the primordial spirit, 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 the primordial spirit in the Yin master realm, one's yuanying would become non-existent. His powers and soul would no longer be concentrated in one place. Instead, they would be distributed to every part of his body, including his bones, muscles, and blood. From this point onwards, there would be no weaknesses in his body. Even if he were to strike at his heart or head, it would be no different from striking at his hands. In this way, the Yin spirit would be able to roam free and unfettered between heaven and earth. It would possess the consciousness, memories, and wisdom of a cultivator. However, it would not be able to use magical techniques, nor would it be able to move mountains and overturn seas. All of this would require a young spirit to make fundamental changes. Lu Xiaoyi successfully dissipated his yuanying. Once he took this step, there was no turning back. This was an irreversible process. If the Yin spirit did not appear, or if the Yin spirit could not withstand the heavenly lightning, he would never be able to return to his nascent soul state. Time passed day by day. The purple crystal stream was absorbed into his body, becoming the source of energy for him to form his nascent soul and become an immortal. A year later, when more than half of the purple clear qi had been consumed, Li Ji exhaled a wisp of grayish-green qi from his nostrils and instantly took shape. His appearance and behavior were no different from a real person, except for the illusory robe wrapped around his illusory body. It fluttered in the wind and looked like a monkey wearing a crown. A cultivator's Yin spirit could not be seen by mortals. Even between cultivators, they could only sense each other's location. It was as if they did not exist in this world, nor in this dimension. There was only one proof: heavenly retribution, and it was called the Yin slaughter illusionary lightning. It specialized in destroying Yin spirits and was incomparably sharp. While Lu Xiaoyi was lost in thought, the heavens and the earth suddenly shook, and in silence, A thin and not thick yin thunder chased after the trail. Yang lightning was the thickest, while yin lightning was the thinnest. The thinner the yin lightning was, the sharper it was. The yin thunder centipede was not its true form, but its yin spirit. Therefore, in this stage, all of the cultivator's spells, sword techniques, understanding of Tao, profound cultivation, and spiritual pets would not be of any help to the cultivator. The only thing that determined success or failure was the quality of the yin spirit, whether it was impure, whether it was flawed, whether it was not condensed enough. Actually, the test was, in the process of condensing the yin spirit, one's skills and spiritual vigor were nourished. It was very simple, but it was also very dangerous. If you can't pass it, there was no use in struggling. Lu Xiaoyi's consciousness now remained in his yin spirit, or rather, his consciousness was divided into two parts. It was just that his true form had sunk into silence. Under the yin thunder centipede, it was completely different from the lightning that he had been familiar with for hundreds of years. His yin spirit also did not have the resistance of the chaotic thunder body. It was just like when he accidentally touched the electric door when he was young in his previous life. The numbness was just a small part. The fatal part was that the yin thunder centipede was invading his yin spirit everywhere. It was like stripping a pig naked. First the clothes, then the skin, then the flesh, then the bone marrow, and finally the memories of the yin spirit. He knew that if his memories were stripped away, he would be reduced to a lone soul in the universe, drifting around. Perhaps he would be swallowed by a void beast, or turned into a ghost by an evil cultivator. Perhaps he would be slowly drained of energy as time passed. Without any means to resist, he could only rely on the spiritual vigor formed by his yin spirit to train. This was a passive process, a huge hurdle in a cultivator's cultivation journey. A hurdle where one would hand oneself over to the heavenly Tao. Even if one succeeded, one's strength would be limited, but it would open a new window. The struggle of a cultivator was actually the same as the formation of the yin spirit. Until now, it was just a test. The good ones would remain and the bad ones would be eliminated. The yin spirit's body was stripped layer by layer, and it relied on its own consciousness to recover. It grew layer by layer, and it was in a tug-of-war with the heavenly Tao. It was not painful, because the yin spirit itself was just an energy body. To an energy body, the key to everything was the amount of energy stored in its body, and whether it could last until the end of everything. The biggest difference between the yin slaughter illusionary thunder and the yang thunder was that it was not an instantaneous explosion of power. It came quickly, came fiercely, and left quickly. It was continuous, like an invisible thread hanging on the yin spirit's virtual shadow, but it transmitted a destructive force. He was stable like a meteorite that had existed in the universe for hundreds of thousands of years. The yin spirit's virtual shadow had always been stable in its normal state of 70 to 80%. If it was worn down by the yin thunder centipede, it would definitely make up for it. This was the result of Xuanyuan's orthodoxy, and it was also the best state for the yin spirit to resist the yin thunder centipede. Strange complements each other, right is the main, and danger is the vanguard. In the early stages, he was completely different from other people's primer of becoming a monarch. When he really became a monarch, he did not take any risks. He followed the most orthodox Daoist method, and did not take any risk. This was because he knew that risks could only be taken occasionally. If it became a habit, it would be the path to death. On the path to becoming a monarch, the methods he came into contact with were the methods summed up by countless Daoist predecessors over millions of years. There was only one, and it was the Great Tao. There was an unwritten legend in the cultivation world about the human cultivators becoming a monarch. There was no concrete evidence. Under the heavenly Tao of a region, it was very difficult to continuously succeed in becoming a monarch. In other words, after a cultivator succeeded, the chances of success of the next cultivator or the next few cultivators were very small. On the other hand, if there were many failures, then the chances of success of the next cultivator would be higher. However, it was not necessarily related to strength, especially when the cultivator was a monarch of Yuanying and could not use most of his strength. Therefore, there were really cultivators who went all over the region to find out who had succeeded in becoming a monarch of Yuanying and who had failed. Their goal was to stand out and succeed in one fell swoop when the cultivators in the region failed consecutively. This was the reason why Yuanian cultivators in the universe often broke through in batches. They were paving the way. It was just like how Lu Xiaoyi strengthened his equipment when he played games in his previous life. Did he think it was funny? But this was the truth. When fate became more and more important in the later stages of a cultivator's cultivation, all the methods that could increase the success rate would be developed. This did not only apply to techniques, weapons, and treasures, but also to some unconventional things. Chapter 1245. Under this sky, Lu Xiaoyi was not the only one who was proving himself as a monarch. Of course, according to the rhythm, it was not possible for many people to be monarchs at any time. After all, monarchs were not cabbages, nor were they foundation establishment. However, Yuanian cultivators could control the rhythm of their monarchs. Unlike Lu Xiaoyi, once his 6 daos connected, his nascent soul immediately stood at 9 inches tall, and then it was an irreversible nascent soul siphon. Therefore, if Lu Xiaoyi wanted to control his monarchs sooner or later, he could only control how to obtain the crow ancestors' moral approval. Of course, he could not control it. He was like a headless fly, bumping around randomly. Now that he hit the right target, the subsequent process of monarchs was unavoidable. It was no longer within his control. However, other cultivators did not have this kind of concentration of daos. Their path of monarchs was more independent. When they felt that they could take that step, they could initiate the nascent soul siphon and advance the process of monarchs. Therefore, in fact, in the cultivation world, there was a group of late nascent soul stage cultivators who had the strength to prove themselves but had been biding their time, waiting for an opportunity. They could also be called speculators. Opportunists for what? They were opportunists for the heavenly Tao. They were waiting for a cushion. Of course, the most outstanding, fearless, and outstanding people would not do this. When they felt that they had reached this stage, they would take that step without hesitation, and would not care about what others did. Cultivation was their own business. It was their own process of fighting against the heavens. What business did it have? However, this was only a small minority. For most late-stage Yuanian cultivators, they had to consider the problem of success. They had to do everything they could, from great herbs, artifacts, formations, heavenly treasures. Cushion was one of the most important things. Cushion should be a type of force. The higher the realm, the more obvious the effect of force. It was understandable that no one was willing to break through to the upper realm without knowing the general situation. There were countless types of force. The force when breaking through to the upper realm was a consideration of the heavenly Tao's success rate. There were many factions here, and the most mainstream one was the trend faction, the balance faction. To put it bluntly, the trend faction believed that when a Yuanian cultivator succeeded in breaking through to the monarchs, it meant that the heavenly Tao was now in a happy state. Then, the next cultivator would have a high chance of success. On the other hand, if one failed, the next one would most likely fail. Therefore, their plan was to immediately follow the others after seeing them succeed. If others failed, they would not make a move until someone succeeded. Otherwise, he would just have to keep waiting. The balance faction was the opposite. They believed that the universe was balanced, and so was the heavenly Tao. Balance was everywhere in cultivation. Therefore, there were good and bad, positive and negative, strong and weak. Of course, there were successes and failures. Therefore, to the balance faction, it was also a cushion. Their method was that if the previous Yuanian cultivator succeeded, they would not follow, because according to the principle of balance, there was a high chance of failure when it was their turn. If the previous Yuanian cultivator failed, they would immediately follow and break through to the upper realm. It was also the principle of balance. The heavenly Tao was like a game of chess. The failure of others meant that your chances of success were greatly increased. This was the mainstream. There was a unique understanding of it. For example, following 2 but not following 1, and even following 3 but not following 2. Just like the balance faction, many people felt that it was not safe to be cushioned once. They hoped to cushion twice. After two people failed in a row, they would do it themselves. The more patient ones would even wait for others to fail 3 times in a row before they would do it themselves. Of course, the trend faction was the same. After others succeeded once, they felt that the trend was not complete. They would only do it after 2 people succeeded in a row. Of course, there were very few people in this faction, because even idiots knew that the probability of consecutive success was very small. Therefore, most of the people in the trend faction would do it after others succeeded. They would not wait. In fact, it was just a group of gamblers betting on the number of points. Would you bet on big consecutively? Or would you bet on small consecutively? Or would you bet on big and big? Cultivation was a gamble of life, and it was very reasonable. Back to the main topic. Lu Xiaoyi did not know about the thoughts of these upper realm cultivators, because he had been away from his master for a long time. Because Xiao Yarou Yu was an orthodox Daoist, a proper perfected cultivator like Kucha would not tell him these crooked things. Yes, in the eyes of orthodox Taoists, this was a crooked path. If you wanted to go, go. If you did not want to go, wait. You did not consider others and relied entirely on your own feelings. Therefore, he had no idea about the cushion of perfected cultivators. Due to his ignorance, the huge commotion caused by the gathering of forces in the sky above the Jiao kingdom naturally attracted the attention of countless late-stage Yuanine cultivators in the surrounding kingdoms. The news spread very quickly, from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. There are witnesses. Everyone, come and cushion them. Some of them were disdainful, while some of them yearned for it. More or less, over 20 late-stage nascent soul cultivators had gathered from the surrounding countries. They surrounded the Jiao state from afar, waiting for the results of this fellow's tests. Lu Xiaoyi didn't know, but if he looked down from a higher altitude, he would see a circle with him as the center. 27, 28 late-stage Yuanine cultivators were sitting cross-legged in the air. Below them were their family, friends, and teachers. This was no longer a simple cushion for a single person. It was a complicated combination cushion. Among the 27 people, there would definitely be those who acted early and those who acted late. Each of them would decide on the best time to join the cushion. Just thinking about it made one excited. This kind of opportunity was very rare. Because no one in the upper realm was willing to show their faces in public, and no one was willing to let everyone know about it. Most of them would do it quietly in the mountains, or find a desolate place, or even go out into the void of the universe. It was very difficult to get such an opportunity. But unlike Lu Xiaoyi, who was so carefree, he would shit wherever he wanted. But there was also an advantage. It was absolutely safe. Because the cultivators in the surrounding kingdoms were his most loyal protectors. They would not allow anyone to disturb him. It was not easy to wait for a cushion, a chance to know the attitude of the heavenly Tao. Was it easy? Whoever dared to cause trouble would become the enemy of the surrounding kingdoms. Lu Xiaoyi would never have thought that there would be so many people who were concerned about him. Although their motives were not pure, while his yin spirit was resisting the yin slaughter illusionary lightning, he slowly understood the process of him becoming a monarch. He was slightly different from the others because he possessed 6 grand Tao insights. So, the dark slaughter illusionary lightning had to test the depth of his comprehension in the Tao realm during the tests. After passing one test, he would have to test the next one. In the process, his yin spirit might be extinguished, but this was only the Tao realm yin spirit, not the real death of his yin spirit. He was very confident in his understanding of the Tao realm, so he was not afraid. But what he did not know was that if his yin spirit was extinguished 6 times, who knew how many people would die in the outside world? A general's success was built on the bones of thousands. A few successful cushions would make him confuse. Advise the monarch to walk the path of the world. If you are not strong enough, you will cry. Chapter 1246. The first test was a test of impermanence. It was also the great Tao that Lu Xiaoyi had comprehended in the shortest amount of time, The yin slaughter disillusionment lightning was filled with impermanence changes. Lu Xiaoyi's yin spirit could only use impermanence changes to keep up with the changes in the disillusionment lightning's great Tao. If he could not keep up, his yin spirit would become weaker and weaker until it finally disappeared. That would be his failure and his death. During this process, nothing could help him. His magic power, spirit, and other Tao realms could only be his own understanding of the great Tao of impermanence. The will of the heavenly Tao within the disillusionment lightning definitely had a better understanding of the impermanence Tao than he did. Thus, Lu Xiaoyi, who had originally maintained a balance of level 8 yin divine physique, began to slowly and steadily be eroded away layer by layer, becoming a level 7 yin divine physique, then level 6 yin divine physique. Only when he reached level 5 yin divine physique did Lu Xiaoyi's impermanence transformation barely manage to withstand the disillusionment lightning's attack. Then, at level 5, he began to attack and defend against the disillusionment lightning. In the end, no one could do anything to the other. After a long time, the heavenly Tao finally reluctantly acknowledged Lu Xiaoyi's understanding of impermanence. With a sudden collapse, the disillusionment lightning and Lu Xiaoyi's impermanence yin spirit physique were destroyed at the same time. At the same time, another yin spirit physique and disillusionment lightning gradually formed in the sky. It was just that the speed was somewhat slow. As soon as Lu Xiaoyi's Anitya divine physique collapsed, the 28 cultivators who were prepared to cushion him immediately reacted. Without a doubt, this cultivator had failed. How could he not fail when his yin spirit physique had collapsed? Then, the first test of the heavenly Tao had failed. Should he follow? Or not? The first roll of the dice gave a small result. Then, should he gamble big or small next? Gamble? Or hide? This was really a problem. Among the 28 cultivators, the cultivators who supported the trend naturally did not move. In their opinion, failure in the first attempt meant failure in the second attempt. Did they think that failure meant success? Childish. But the impulsive cultivators of the balance faction were different. Cultivators did not lack the determination to pursue the Tao. Immediately, 8 of them stood out. Without hesitation, they began their own upper realm. Not long after they began, the aura of the yin slaughter disillusionment lightning came from the sky above Jiao country as if they had seen a ghost. So, that guy hasn't failed yet. Then, what was the deal with these 8 people? To all the spectators, this was a heavy blow. Especially those 8 people. They realized that they had been fooled. They thought that they would be able to cushion others, but in the end, they had become the cushion. The rest of the people who didn't make a move were all secretly glad that they hadn't been impulsive. The heavens rewarded their calmness. In a certain country, seeing that his disciple was hesitating in the sky, an experienced old perfected lord reminded him from below. Don't be bewitched. Their success or failure is not important. Since all of you are here to see the success or failure of the cultivators above Jiao country, you should use them as the standard. Otherwise, if there are too many targets, you will have no basis. This was a very experienced reminder, and also a very timely reminder. Clearly, the cultivators in the kingdom of Jiao had cultivated some kind of secret technique that allowed them to gain more opportunities during the process of becoming a monarch. Although such a method was rare, it was not unheard of. Without great legacies, great perseverance, great opportunities, and great resources, one would not be able to succeed. To be more precise, in terms of success or failure, he should have failed this time. Therefore, the cushion of the other 8 people was not without reason. The only thing was, how many times could this person use his secret technique? The perfected lord below was right. In the current situation, they could not use the 8 people as the standard, because they did not even know who they were up against. Whose success or failure was the standard? Rather than that, they might as well use the initiator as a mirror to strengthen their beliefs and not let go of the Green Mountain. This was also in line with the concept of cultivation. One had to start well and finish well, and not fall in love halfway through. As for the 8 people, they could just treat them as clowns. They were all minor details. As cultivators, they had to grasp the main contradiction. This was also the consensus of all those who were prepared to cushion. It was in line with the mainstream values of cultivators. They did not follow the crowd, nor did they follow the crowd. Didn't the cultivator in the kingdom of Jiao have such a mystical secret technique? That would allow everyone to have an accurate basis for judgment. It was best to do it a few more times so that everyone could see more clearly. After thinking through the problem thoroughly, the remaining 21 people were even more expectant. This was truly a heaven-sent opportunity. Usually, it was not easy to find a cultivator's success or failure, but this person had given everyone more opportunities. He was truly merciful, sacrificing himself to save others. Lu Xiaoyi's divine yin body of massacre continued to struggle with the yin killer illusory thunder. It was much stronger than the impermanence great Tao. When his divine yin body of massacre was reduced to 70%, he was able to withstand the pressure of the heavenly Tao on the yin killer illusory thunder. This meant that his understanding of the Tao of massacre was much stronger than that of the impermanence great Tao. It was not strange. After all, he was a swordsman. It was normal for him to have a talent in massacre. It was his old profession. Time passed slowly in this tug-of-war. He originally thought that this would continue until the yin killer illusory thunder retreated, but he did not expect a small accident to happen. It was not his own accident, but a familiar aura came from afar. It was also the aura of the yin killer illusory thunder, accompanied by the Tao destruction celestial phenomenon. With Lu Xiaoyi's intelligence, he immediately realized that there was someone else who was also an upper realm monarch like him. As for why they chose the same timing as him, how could he, who had been addicted to games for a period of time in his previous life, not understand? They were using him as a cushion. These bastards are too treacherous. Just as he was complaining in his heart, another wave of Tao destruction celestial phenomenon came, one after another. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although no one had ever mentioned this to him, as a cultivator, he was naturally sensitive. He still realized that something was not right. He would fail 5 more times. The so-called 5 times of failure, because there were still 5 Tao realm cultivators who had not passed the test of the heavenly Tao. Then in this process, how many more people would fall on the path of being a cushion? The affairs of the world were unpredictable, and even more baffling. He would not remind anyone that this was not the Tao of cultivators, because in this entire matter, the one who was being violated was him, and no one else. If someone really benefited from the process and succeeded, wouldn't it also affect his final success rate? Theoretically, it should be so. Especially when more than one person was involved, this would affect the operation of the heavenly Tao. The more people there were, the more chaotic it would be. The harder it would be to deal with the heavenly Tao. The lower the probability, especially now that it was an incomplete heavenly Tao. This was also the most common phenomenon in the cultivation world. The heavenly Tao had opened a hole, and there were more people who became yuanying. Therefore, there were more people who were good and bad. In terms of mental state, there were also more people who wanted to steal. If it was in the primordial age, who would do such a thing? It was not embarrassing enough. Chapter 1247. Under everyone's gazes, the direction of this vigorous collective ascension became more and more complicated and unpredictable. It was also filled with danger. In total, 8 impulsive cultivators from the Balance faction handed in their answers one after another. None of them succeeded. To the Trend faction, this was the best example to prove their theory. When a trend formed, you must not resist it, or you would be crushed into powder. And to the Balance faction, this was the best opportunity. You could count the failure of the cultivator above Jiao country as 1, but you could also count these 8 people as 9 times. It all depended on what you thought. However, cultivators were cultivators. They were not like those mortals in gambling houses who dared to bet their entire fortune. The more tempting it was, the calmer they were. Even if all 8 of them failed, none of them acted rashly. Instead, they stared intently at the figure above Jiaoju City. He had truly reached the point where he could not relax. However, what if it was not a mountain, but a pile of dung? In the anticipation of the remaining 21 people, news finally came from the sky above Jiaoju City. It was a very familiar rhythm. The yin god physique disappeared, the yin slaughter illusionary lightning disappeared, but the Tao disappearing celestial phenomenon still did not appear. It was obvious that this person had failed again, but he could rely on his own secret technique to survive and continue to break through. Just based on this target, he had already failed twice in a row. If the 8 people were added, it would be 10 consecutive failures. It seemed that the heavens were not in a good mood during this period of time. In the balance faction, the cultivators were already much more cautious. Another 4 people stood out and began to break through without hesitation. Whether to advance or wait, it was a personal choice, but there was no retreat. Even if the heavenly Tao's standards were relaxed, the quality of cultivators was still there. They might not be as good as before, not as good as the ancient and primordial times, but they were still outstanding. How could there be no risk in cultivation? If it was worth it, then it was worth it. Not long after the 4 of them started their attack, the yin slaughter illusionary lightning appeared above Jeoju City as expected. That strange cultivator had started his 3rd attack. Such a scene seemed to have never appeared since the beginning of time. It attacked everyone's ideals and challenged everyone's nerves, forcing everyone to make a careful choice between life and death. The cultivators who were watching from afar were also very satisfied. They couldn't get too close because they were afraid of being struck by lightning. Currently, the kingdom of Jiao and its surroundings were a no-fly zone for cultivators. Who would dare to enter and provoke an unexpected disaster? Among the crowd of onlookers, there were 2 Yuanian cultivators from neighboring states of Jiao Kingdom and Kang Kingdom. The reason why they did not go up was that their cultivation states had not reached the requirements to take that step. Junior brother Shao Kang asked, "Senior brother, do you think any of the 4 will succeed this time?" Senior brother and Kang shook his head. "I don't know. I would never bet on such a thing. Junior brother, you have to remember that if it's our turn one day, we mustn't be so passive. Do as you wish and leave your life to the heavens. To find a cushion here, let's not talk about anything else, just your state of mind is a bit weaker. Will the heavenly Tao favor people with a guilty conscience?" Shao Kang was enlightened. "Senior apprentice brother, that won't happen. With Grandmaster holding down the fort, I reckon that none of us senior brothers would dare to engage in these crooked practices. However, based on the probability alone, one of the 4 should have a 70% chance of success." And Kang sneered. "Then who should we look for the remaining 30%? Junior brother, you have to have your own opinions. You can't push all the blame onto Grandmaster just because he's here. It's very dangerous. Grandmaster can't take care of us for the rest of our lives." Kang Kingdom was a small country. Its cultivation world was rather strange. The patriarch of the sect was a young soul-perfected lord. Other than that, there were no other perfected lords. They were all small Yuanian cultivators. Therefore, the matters in Kang Kingdom were basically decided by Grandmaster. Since then, many cultivators had developed a reliance on him. And Kang asked, "What if you were to join them, would you join the 4 of them after this failure and fight for the upper realm together?" Shao Kang smiled conceitedly. "No. I'm not that impulsive. If I had to choose, I would choose that person after failing 4 times. I cultivate the 4 symbols technique, so I'm especially close to the number 4. It's fated with me." And Kang smiled. 4 times. Junior brother is very careful. Then let's wait and see. What happened next was a series of repetitions without any novelty. The initiator in the sky above Jeoju City continued to persevere and fail. The balance faction, who had made up their minds, continued to send themselves to death. First, it was the 8 most impulsive people. Then, it was the 4 most impulsive people. Then, it was the 2 most impulsive people. Finally, it was the 1 person who completely gambled. All of them failed. This probability was a little too high. 15 people died in the process of advancing to the upper realm. It seemed that the heavens were not just unhappy. If the guy in the sky above Jeoju City was included, the cultivators had failed 19 times in a row to advance to the upper realm. 19 times in a row? Was the heavenly Tao on strike? The aura of the disillusionment thunder appeared above Jeoju City again. That mysterious cultivator was terrifyingly tenacious. Could he keep failing and persevering? This was a little beyond the knowledge of the cultivation world. Everyone knew that the first time was the most important thing in advancing to the upper realm. In the future, one's own reserves would become less and less, and the probability of success would become lower and lower, not only for perfected lords, but also for Yuanying and Jindan Foundation establishment. It was truly puzzling. But this time, there were 4 people who stood out to make the attempt. It seemed that the consecutive failures had aroused some cultivator's gambling instinct. Kang smiled and said, "Junior brother, it seems that there are many who have the same thoughts as you. According to your judgment, you should be with them now. But I'll give you one more chance. You can still go back on your word." Shao Kang frowned and sighed. "Let's do it this time. If we fail again, I reckon that all of the balance faction will be dead. And I don't think there's any meaning in persevering. Humans can't fight against the heavens after all. They should know when to stop." Kang nodded in satisfaction. As the one with the most potential among the junior brothers, Shao Kang was indeed extraordinary. He knew when to fight and when to give up. If a cultivator could understand this, they would be able to go further than others. Shao Kang smiled. "If I'm wrong, I promise that I will never have such opportunistic thoughts again in the future. Thinking about it makes my head hurt. I might as well find a place with no one around. If I succeed, I'll be happy. If I fail, it won't be embarrassing. Unlike now, how should I answer when my future friends and senior brothers ask me how I died? Did I die from a cushion?" A few days later, Kang's heart turned cold when he saw the 4 disillusionment celestial phenomena in the sky. "Junior brother, you're dead." Chapter 1248. This vigorous attempt to break through to the monarch realm suddenly became heavy. It was as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on the hearts of the surviving cultivators. Until now, 19 of the 28 Yuanying cultivators had left. The balance faction was completely annihilated. There were only 9 trend faction left. Who knew if they would have a chance to show off their skills this time? When the 5th sign of failure appeared in the sky above Jeoju City, not a single cultivator left to try their luck. No matter how the 2 factions would disagree in the future, this time, the balance faction suffered a great loss, and the trend faction could hold their heads high. Then, the 6th Yin Slaughter illusionary thunder appeared in the sky above Jeoju City. The last Dao realm Yin divine physique that Lu Xiaoyi accepted was the 5 elements Yin divine physique. He didn't fully understand why the sequence was like this, but he guessed that it was because the 5 elements Great Dao still existed. Because the 5 elements Great Dao didn't collapse, the power of the 5 elements in the Yin Slaughter illusionary thunder was exceptionally strong, much stronger than the previous 5 times. This was the last test. Obviously, it was time to determine the truth. The 5 elements Great Dao was the one that Lu Xiaoyi spent the most time cultivating. He put the most effort into it, and he started to focus on it when he first formed the Jin Dan. There were also a few opportunities that were of great help to his achievements in the 5 elements. When he was in the Jin Dan, the effort he put into the 5 elements flying sword was incomparable to other Dao realm cultivators. It was basically a cornerstone that he never forgot and never lacked. If he had to find the great Dao that he had the deepest mastery of, it would be the 5 elements. The 5 elements Great Dao added to the Yin Slaughter illusionary thunder was also the strongest. Therefore, neither side was willing to give in. A battle of the 5 elements Great Dao realm unfolded on the Yin divine physique. Lu Xiaoyi's Yin divine body of the 5 elements was suppressed from 80% to a dangerous 30%, and then it was counterattacked to 70%. It was weakened again, and then it expanded again to counterattack. The whole process was a contest of understanding of the great Tao of the 5 elements. Obviously, the way of heaven did not let Lu Xiaoyi off just because he had failed more than 20 times during this period of time. Instead, it was exceptionally fierce and endless. This was not only a contest of strength, but also a contest of willpower. It was the final restriction of the heavenly axiom to powerful creatures that might exceed its standard. The rules of the heavenly way had never been defy, especially to those who might challenge its authority. To the weak, to the ordinary cultivators, and to those who were not a threat and were only here to make up the numbers, under the premise that the Great Way had collapsed, it did not mind giving them a way out. But to those few who had infinite potential, it had never changed its attitude. That was, within the limits of the rules, try to kill him as much as possible and never go easy on him. This was the situation that Lu Xiaoyi encountered. The heavenly Tao had already sensed a certain risk from his unique method of ascending to the upper realm. If such a risk was allowed to exist, it could possibly harm the foundation of the heavenly Tao in the future. Therefore, he spared no effort in stopping them. The yin slaughter illusionary lightning in the sky above Jiuju City had been flickering constantly. It was exceptionally powerful, indicating that this upper realm might very well be the last one that would decide the outcome of the battle. Regarding this, the cultivators who were watching from afar in the surrounding countries were well aware of this. Who exactly was this person? Everyone was very curious. But now that the situation had developed to this point, there was no longer any possibility of getting close to take a look. If they got close, they would have to face the wrath of the heavens. Who would seek such discomfort out of curiosity? Fortunately, cultivators were never lacking in patience. They were waiting quietly for this decisive moment. Kang looked at his junior brother. Although he was still a little impulsive, his junior brother's judgment and acumen were very praiseworthy. Junior brother, what do you think of the following situation? Shao Kang's eyes shone. Just one sentence. Let's go all out. Kang raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Shao Kang was full of confidence. Senior brother, I don't know if you can tell, but this mysterious cultivator has failed 5 times before. Could it be that the heavenly Tao has not acknowledged him at all? Or maybe the heavenly Tao has only acknowledged him as someone who has always been in the process, and his success or failure is uncertain. Therefore, those 19 people are meaningless. It's not the 19 people who are padding the mysterious cultivator, but the mysterious cultivator who is using the 19 people as padding. Kang looked thoughtful. That makes sense. Continue. Shao Kang was in high spirits. I think that success or failure depends on this. I can't judge the final result of the mysterious cultivator. This is a matter of the heavenly Tao. We cultivators can't figure it out, but we can choose what to do next. If the mysterious cultivator fails, he will really fail this time. Therefore, we can turn into the balanced faction and bet on the next success. Of course, now that the balanced faction has been wiped out, this is meaningless. If the mysterious cultivator succeeds, the trend will change. Of course, we have to turn into the balanced faction and bet on the trend. We can't hesitate. Therefore, regardless of whether the mysterious cultivator succeeds or fails, I think the remaining 9 cultivators will swarm up and fight for their future. Kang nodded. Good analysis. Junior brother, if not for the fact that I'm still a little bit away from becoming a monarch, even I can't help but want to try my skills in this situation. The gamble of the great Tao is here. However, Shao Kang was a little unhappy. If I had answered like this when you asked me for the first time, it would mean that my judgment was good and the great Tao was not hindered. But now it's the second time. I've already died once. How can life and death in the cultivation world be repeated? Kang chuckled. Yes, life can't be repeated, but new people will join. Just wait and see. I think this might be a monarch proving ceremony that people in the Heaven's Choice continent will talk about enthusiastically. It might also be a tragedy in the history of the Heaven's Choice continent. Who can say for sure? Lu Xiaoyi's contest with the disillusioned thunder lasted for half a year. During this process, the changes in the outside world were unexpected. He spent a year to form his nascent soul. This time gave the Yuanying around Jiao country sufficient time to spread and prepare. Therefore, they gathered 28 people to join the monarch's luck. After that, he spent several months in the so-called continuous failure. In addition to that, he spent half a year entangling with the 5 elements. This was another year. The most direct result was that 20 to 30 Yuanying cultivators from even further countries rushed over. A group of late-stage Yuanian cultivators stood in front of the monarch proving ceremony's door, waiting for the spacer to fall from the sky. After they understood the entire process of becoming a monarch in the upper realm, most of them joined the waiting process without hesitation. They saw this as their opportunity. This was the new people that Kang Kang had mentioned. No one, including the initiator, would have thought that there would be a large-scale monarch proving ceremony here. It could also be a scene of failure. Shao Kang frowned. Aren't there too many people? Any judgment must have a precondition. Why do I feel like I'm on the verge of losing control? Chapter 1249. In Lu Xiaoyi's perception, the heavenly axiom was slowly changing its strategy in the long contest with him. From the initial life and death battle, to the pure discussion of Tao in the middle, and now to being a teacher and a friend. He could roughly understand the change in attitude of the heavenly axiom. It was limited by the rules. When the heavenly axiom finally realized that it could not stop this creature within the rules, it began to automatically switch to another mode expressing goodwill. The heavenly axiom itself was the rules. To it, the rules were the cornerstone of its existence. Therefore, there was no possibility of breaking the rules and messing around. Then what could protect the heavenly axiom within the rules? There was only one answer: if it could not be suppressed, then it could be pulled. Therefore, in the final stage of the contest between the 5 elements yin spirit body and the disillusionment thunder, he already knew that he would eventually succeed. This process was not easy. It was all in his hundreds of years of unremitting efforts towards the Tao realm. Usually, he would sweat more and bleed less when he was trying to break through. The real upper realm should be the kind of preparation that was meticulous enough, comprehensive enough, and strong enough. Then, when it was time to break through, it should be done in one go. It should not rely on luck, hard work, and wealth in the upper realm. This was the core concept of Taoism. It was also the right path. As the saying goes, those who are good at fighting have no illustrious achievements. It was the same principle. The heavenly axiom knew that it could not suppress it in terms of the 5 elements, so it changed to expressing goodwill. This was the direction that the rules had automatically chosen for itself after millions of years of operation. When you have proven your ability, then don't be an opponent, be an opponent. From this, Lu Xiaoyi's understanding of the 5 elements went up another level. As a disciple of the heavenly axiom, he also understood the meaning of the heavenly axiom. Everyone was half teacher and half friend. In the future, when doing things, they would have to give each other face no matter what. He did not reject it. It was good for you, good for me, good for everyone. This was his cultivation philosophy. He had no intention of pushing everything back and starting over again. Just like his crow ancestor, it was too tiring to live. In mutual tacit understanding, the disillusionment thunder slowly reduced its strength until it disappeared. Lu Xiaoyi welcomed his final stage, the return of the yin spirit to the body. With this turn, he immediately felt that the world was spinning and he could not tell the direction. This was the inevitable result of the yin spirit remaining outside the body for a long time. Only when it returned could it be considered a success. When the yin spirit has a path to take, he will not know when he is on his way back. When a cultivator first releases his yin spirit, the connection between the yin spirit and his body is not strong. When he first releases his yin spirit, the connection between the yin spirit and his body is not strong. When he first releases his yin spirit, the connection between the yin spirit and the yin spirit is not obvious. However, after being punished by the heavens, the connection between the yin spirit and the yin spirit has been thoroughly eroded. It is like a newborn baby that has been abandoned in the wild, unable to find its way home. He did not panic, nor did he run around aimlessly like a headless fly. Every true monarch cultivator would encounter such a situation. Since so many predecessors had successfully found their original bodies, it meant that there must be a way to find them. It was just that everyone had their own fate, and it would not be the same. Lu Xiaoyi's yin spirit floated in the air as he pondered. He cast aside his life and death, gave up on his obsession, forgot about his fears and opened up his mind. Before long, he could feel a faint glow in the air, emitting a familiar aura. It was the lamp in his house. Without any hesitation, the Yin master rushed towards the light. The sudden change in aura in the air above Jeoju City made all the cultivators who were waiting quietly understand what was going on. Trend. The trend has changed, a voice shouted. Instantly, dozens of Yuanian cultivators who were already mentally prepared made a decision. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Cultivators were not gamblers. But at some point in time, they had to be gamblers. On this point, all the late-stage Yuanian cultivators present were competent. They did not lack a surging heart to break through to the upper realm. If they did not gamble now, when would they? More than 30 Yuanian cultivators formed their nascent souls together. This scene was truly magnificent and magnificent. It was not that they were stupid, but they saw great hope in this. After 20 consecutive failures, they finally succeeded. If this was not a change in the trend, what was it? Perhaps it was not absolute, but with more than 30 people forming their nascent soul stage at the same time, there was definitely a high chance of success. This was what they saw. They were paving the way for others, but they were also paving the way for themselves. Victory in the chaos. How exciting. With Jeoju as the center, more than 30 huge clouds of spiritual opportunity began to form. That was the cultivators desperately swallowing spiritual opportunity to support the formation of their nascent souls. If one were to look down from the sky, it would look like more than 30 huge white umbrellas were blooming. For a moment, heavenly secrets were mixed up, spiritual opportunity was chaotic, karma was entangled, and fate was in a mess. With such a big scene and such chaos, not to mention the sun god who was in charge of the continent, even if those half-immortals were still here, they would not be able to sort out a clear thought process from such a mess. There were fast and slow nascent souls forming, and those who formed their nascent souls quickly would be afflicted by the yin slaughter illusionary lightning. Thus, there was a problem. Under the wrath of heaven, what if the yin slaughter illusionary lightning struck the wrong person? There was no precedent for this, because there had never been a scene of more than 30 people forming their nascent soul stage at the same time. However, the rules of the heavenly Tao were not exaggerated. It was the result of millions of years of accumulation. Perhaps in the Heaven's Choice continent, dozens of people forming their nascent soul stage at the same time would appear a little messy. But in the entire universe, it was not a rare thing to deal with dozens or even hundreds of people forming their nascent soul stage at the same time. The yin slaughter illusionary lightning accurately found every cultivator who was going to accept such a test, not one bit more, not one bit less. It was meticulous and accurate, allowing every cultivator to receive a special treatment that belonged to them. Lightning scattered, and gradually, in the sky around Jeogu, an incomparably majestic lightning circle was formed. It was fine and endless, and its power was restrained. It had a destructive impact on the yin spirit's body. Shao Kang was intoxicated as he watched. What year is it now? Cultivators compete for immortality, the heavens protect the heaven's choice, and rule over the entire era. Senior martial brother, this is a good omen. It's time for my heaven's choice to rise, and leave behind the legend of my heaven's choice in this turbulent era. And Kang was much calmer. Junior martial brother, isn't it a little too early for you to be so emotional? Why don't you wait for the results to come out before expressing your feelings? Shao Kang shook his head. This senior martial brother is a good person, and his strength is also not bad. It's just that he's too old-fashioned, lethargic, and unwilling to accept new things. Isn't the current situation obvious? 100 barges strive for the current, bravely taking the lead. Cultivators of my generation should be like this. In cultivation, if there is no will, no progress, and no courage to take risks, then it's no different from rotten wood. However, he would not argue with his senior martial brother. It won't be long before the results speak for themselves. The topic changed. Where's that successful mysterious person? Or is he a mysterious dragon whose head and tail can't be seen? To have such a high level of secret technique, he must be an expert from some upper country. I wonder why he chose the sky above Jeogu to prove himself. Is there any particular reason? Before he finished speaking, a voice drifted over from the sky, gradually fading away. God becomes me, my fate is not up to the heavens, and the universe changes with it. How can anyone pick up the fallen dust? For many years, I've been in Qin and Mu Chu. I've once done nothing for external things, and I've paid an inexhaustible price. The white-haired monarch is old, and I'm the first to rise in the sky. Chapter 1250. He's gone. An expert's way of doing things is indeed different. And Kang was rather melancholic. This was a true expert, but it was a pity that they could not meet him. Sighing was one thing, but no one at the scene paid any more attention to the culprit. After completing his role as a cushion and changing the trend, the significance of his existence was infinitesimally small. Now, everyone was more concerned about the outcome of the 30 or so cultivators who had followed him. This was what all the onlookers valued the most. An old man silently appeared beside the two of them. The two of them reacted and could not help but pay their respect. Grandmaster, what instructions do you have for us? If there's a mission, I can use my divine sense. There's no need for you to come personally. Taoist Rekjourney was a legend in Kang Country's cultivation world. He was born in the wilderness and had never been to the 36 upper countries to further his studies. He was truly unfathomable to cultivate to the yang spirit level on his own. In Kang Country's cultivation world, he, as the only perfected cultivator, was able to cultivate to the yang spirit level. It was incredible. Can't I come? Even on Kang Country's territory, what's there to be afraid of? He glanced at the two of them indifferently. I don't have a mission to assign to you. I just don't know what's so rare that two Yuanying have been here for a year to watch the show. Both of them could hear the dissatisfaction in the ancestor's tone. And Kang was in fear and trepidation, but Xiaokang was indignant. Grandmaster, we're only observing others' monarchs, not watching the show. As the most outstanding Yuanying in Kang Country's younger generation, Xiaokang had the right to be arrogant. Rekjourney did not blame him. He only discussed the matter as it was. Oh, observing? What did you observe? These two were the future of Kang Country. Rekjourney hoped that they could take another step forward. Otherwise, it would be too awkward if there was only one perfected cultivator in a country. Therefore, he intended to guide them. And Kang was very cautious. The path of cushioning is unpredictable. Even if there's a theoretical basis, the result is often the opposite. This time, the monarchs are very inexplicable from beginning to end. I can't see it clearly. Xiaokang was much more radical. The key is timing. In fact, there's no such thing as good or bad in cushioning. The reason why the 19 people had failed the previous time was because of their poor judgment. That mysterious person was actually in the process from the beginning to the end, and there was no such thing as failure. That's why I said that they lost because they were impatient. However, this last time was different. It was an opportunity. It was also because of those fellow Taoists who had rushed forward in large numbers. They had to admit that their judgment was not wrong. You have often warned us that we should not be suspicious by following the crowd, nor should we be complacent by being cautious. The truth would not change just because of the number of people who believed in it. Therefore, even if most people have made the same judgment, I still think that this judgment is not wrong. Following the crowd and suspecting meant that you couldn't assume that something was wrong just because it had been done by many people. Being cautious and complacent means that you can't think that because you did something different, you must be right and feel complacent about it. The meaning of these words was that the truth was the truth. It was right there, and it wouldn't be determined by the number of people who believed in it. This was also a doctrine that Taoists often used to teach their disciples. It was to tell them about the power of the collective. They shouldn't think that they were ordinary just because they were the same as others, and they shouldn't think that they stood out from the crowd and admired themselves just because they were different from others. It was to correct some of the cultivators' shortcomings and to be different for the sake of being different. Everything that happened here couldn't escape the perception of the Sun God Supreme, so there was no need to explain the ins and outs in detail. After listening to the two disciples, Rekjourney said, I also have some opinions. I wonder if the two of you are willing to listen? Knowing that the ancestor was going to give them advice, the two disciples were like chickens pecking at rice. Rekjerni sighed slightly. Let me first talk about my opinion on cushioning. Whether it's the trend or the balance, as long as you come here and have the idea of cushioning, no matter what law you follow, you can't escape the essence. The success you want is actually built on the failure of others. If you come to the upper realm with such an attitude, I won't say that you may be punished by the heavens, but do you think that whether it's the heavenly Tao or your own state of mind, this is the attitude of someone who truly pursues the great Tao? Seeing that the two of them were deep in thought, Rekjerni continued, okay, let's take a step back. If you really think that the heavenly Tao has some kind of law on the probability of the upper realm, then aren't your considerations too simple? You have to know that the heavenly Tao does indeed emphasize trend and balance. These two schools are actually not wrong, but your mistake is that you look at the problem too simply. You only consider the number of successes and failures, but not the total. This is the source of failure in the upper realm. Ankang asked, Ancestor Peng, what do you mean by the total? Rekjerni smiled. The total is the combination of quantity and quality. In the consideration of the heavenly Tao, it will definitely consider this. For example, if a cultivator with the potential to become an immortal in the future and a cultivator who will only be a perfected lord in the future are put together, how will they cushion? Who will cushion who? Shaokang's eyes widened. Grandmaster, you mean, Rekjerni was very cautious. I'm not sure, but I really can't understand the method that mysterious person used to prove himself. So at the very least, his potential is above the other cultivators present. This is judged from the perspective of us humans. The heavenly Tao has its own standards. What if it thinks that the failure of these dozens of people can't compare to the success of that one person? What if the heavenly Tao thinks that the success of that mysterious person in the upper realm will have a far greater impact on the future than these dozens of ordinary yuanying? If that's the case, what are you cushioning? In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, the value of these dozens of people is far less than that of one person. They don't even have the qualifications to cushion. So I say, before you cushion, have you considered the gap between you and that mysterious person? If that person is the future of the new era, I dare say that even if there are another 100 of these yuanying, they will still die because their value is not equal, because the total amount is not balance. The two yuanying broke out in cold sweat when they heard this. They had already faintly realized the consequences of these 30 or so yuanying. In addition to the 19 from before, there were a total of 50 people. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, the total amount was not balanced, and the value was not equal. According to the ancestors' theory, if this mysterious person failed, the remaining 30 or so yuanying could really all succeed in the upper realm, because balance was needed. But the problem was that this mysterious person had already succeeded. This meant that these 30 or so yuanying had no chance at all. Because balance was needed. Who was this person? Wasn't this too much of a scam? Chapter 1251. Rekjerni sighed again. Finally, look at the place they chose. This is the Jiao country. It's the place where the Tao moral stele used to be. It's the most evil and unpredictable place among the 36 countries of Heaven's choice. It's the first place where the great Tao collapsed. It's the sign of the beginning of a new era. What right did these people have to dare to place themselves in front of a morally recognized person? Aren't they stupid? Is there a worse choice than this? Kang and Shaokang stammered, Grandmaster, what's wrong with this place? It's been more than 10,000 years. Are there still moral remnants? We've never heard you talk about this. Rekjerni smiled bitterly and shook his head. I didn't tell you because you're not at the right level. In fact, even if you're at the right level, I don't have anything special to tell you. You just need to remember one thing. Try to stay as far away from this place as possible. The Tao moral stele has long lost its morality. This is the consensus of all the cultivators of Heaven's choice, be it young gods or half-immortals. However, there are no absolutes in this world. It's also possible that we can't sense it because we don't have such an opportunity. There will always be accidents. The cultivation world doesn't lack accidents. It didn't happen in the past, but it doesn't mean that it won't happen now. It doesn't mean that it won't happen in the future. During the conversation between the three of them, there was finally a result. In a certain direction, there was a Tao disappearing celestial phenomenon, and Kang could still remain calm, but Xiaokang's face was flushed red. According to his judgment, even 10 lives would not be enough. This was because the heavenly Tao's judgment was that they were small target. With a beginning, everything followed naturally. It was as if a trend had been formed. The Tao disappearing celestial phenomenon came one after another, one after another. It was a spectacular sight. The failure of a cultivator in the upper realm of Yuanying could still make people endure the disappointment because this was the cruelty of cultivation. However, when dozens of Yuanying came together, this was no longer cruel, but tragic stupidity. It was a large-scale accident. Unfortunately, once the nascent soul stage began, it could not be stopped. To these 30-odd cultivators, the cruelest thing was the last dozen or so. They felt that the cultivators in the upper realm were dying one after another, but they could not stop. It was very likely that they would be the next one. This kind of psychological pressure was simply enough to make them collapse. Even great cultivators like them could not bear it. He was already struggling, but now, he didn't even have the energy to struggle. What was wrong with the heavenly Tao? Everyone involved was asking themselves the same question, asking the heavens. Xiaokang clenched his teeth. From this moment on, he finally understood a truth. The so-called cushion was just a trick to deceive himself and others. Unfortunately, he had to pay such a heavy price to understand this truth. Many of them were his friends and acquaintances. However, he still dutifully counted. 5, 6, 13, 14, 28, 29, 33. Grandmaster, 33 cultivators, the entire army is dead. Rekjourney sighed. That's why I said that the truth is always in the hands of a few people. Xiaokang, you need to change your ways. The tragedy of a monarch in the Heaven's Choice continent had far-reaching effect. At the same time, it dealt a devastating blow to both the Trend and Peace factions. This forced the cultivators to reconsider and re-evaluate the role of the mattress. People were tirelessly trying to find out the reason behind this tragedy. Was there a conspiracy? Was it a trap? But in the end, because the instigator disappeared, the cause couldn't be found. The Trend and Peace factions fell, but 100 years later, the total quantity faction rose up. As long as there was a ratio of success and failure, there would never be an end to those cultivators who were lucky. Moreover, following the opening of the heavenly Tao, the formation of a mixed group of people, the mattress, was still very popular in the Heaven's Choice continent. History, no one would remember it. People were always willing to remember things that were useful to them, things that were pleasant to hear. Just like a drowning person, even if it was a straw, they would still tightly grasp it. One person, one incident, in the end, still could not change the essence of the cultivation world. Lu Xiaoyi's direction of departure was not north, south, east, or west, but upwards. This was because in the first year of his 2 years of dawdling in breaking through, the diplomatic mission issued a special call. This meant that the diplomatic mission's purpose had been achieved, and they were about to leave the Heaven's Choice continent. He didn't want to stay here, not when he was Yuanying, and even more not when he was a true monarch. Because of the blood debt on his body, because he had just become a true monarch, because his movements and trends could not escape the sun god's attention, because at the last moment, he had caused a great tragedy for the Heaven's Choice continent. Even if he didn't do it on purpose, this debt would definitely fall on his head. It was more than what he had destroyed in the Echo Valley. How could others treat him kindly? He didn't know when the Juzian diplomatic mission would gather or when they would leave, but he knew that a large group of people in the diplomatic mission would not wait for one person. No one would wait. Not only the Yuanying, but also the true monarchs. On this point, Xian Liuzi had already made it very clear when they first separated. This was the core principle of collective action. Otherwise, it would be a plate of loose sand. By the time he received the news, a year had already passed. He couldn't determine whether the main group had left or not. Because the Heaven's Choice continent was too big, if the other Yuaniing had gone far away, it would take time for them to rush back after receiving the news. It would take about a year. However, he wouldn't bet that the diplomatic mission would still be there. He could only bet that the diplomatic mission wouldn't be there and that he would have to embark on the return journey alone, because he wouldn't be able to catch up no matter what. It would take more than half a year to return from Jiao country. As for the return journey, Chong Di had explained it to him before he left, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. According to Chong Di, it was difficult to enter the Heaven's Choice continent, but easy to leave. At the very least, the Heaven's Choice continent cultivators wouldn't restrict their own continent's cultivators. 10,000 years ago, it was very difficult to enter the Heaven's Choice continent. One needed to have a half-immortal body and be familiar with the huge gravitational field of the Heaven's Choice continent. But now, 6 of the 36 innate Great Taos had already collapsed, and there were also thousands of postnatal Great Taos. This change had a far-reaching impact on the Heaven's Choice continent. The direct manifestation was that it had become much easier to enter and leave. From a true monarch to the current Yuaniing. The Heaven's Choice continent had also thought of using this gravitational field to set up a boundary similar to the main world's boundary. However, they gave up in the end because the Heaven's Choice continent was too big. It was so big that they couldn't cultivate a sealed heaven and earth grand membrane. Considering the specific situation of the Heaven's Choice continent and the huge number of cultivators, it seemed that there was no need to worry that someone would attack the Heaven's Choice continent. However, they still set up a huge alarm array. Their main goal was to guard against the outside, not the inside. Therefore, it wouldn't be too difficult for one person to charge out, as long as no one intentionally obstructed him. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't think of anyone who would intentionally obstruct him. Therefore, he didn't feel any pressure. Chapter 1252. When he passed through the atmosphere, he could still vaguely feel the Tao disappearing celestial phenomenon below. After the incident, there would definitely be great cultivators from the Heaven's Choice continent who would investigate the truth of the incident. In fact, he didn't deliberately hide here, so if someone really did their best to investigate, the methods of the Yang spirit were extensive and profound. He definitely wouldn't be able to hide. He was too strange, and his potential would make people afraid. Moreover, he had always been unfriendly to the Heaven's Choice continent. Under this background, 9 out of 10 people would choose to nip the threat in the bud. He didn't believe that the great cultivators of the Heaven's Choice continent would have a heart of love for talent. The reason would also be very good. Taking advantage of the upper realm, they would deliberately trap the fellow cultivators of the Heaven's Choice continent. This reason was open and aboveboard, and no one could say anything about it. It also perfectly avoided the revenge against the Echo Valley. This was the application of power. As for the 50 Yuaniing, there was no pity. This was the result of blindly following. In the words of his previous life, it was Tetris taught us that if you don't fit in, you will disappear. Therefore, there must be something different about himself. He had always been different from others. For example, now, when others reached the upper realm, they would seek to stabilize themselves or return home in glory. However, his only reaction after reaching the upper realm was to run away. The monarch stage was a very special stage. It was equivalent to opening a pair of eyes for cultivators, allowing them to see the world from another perspective. In terms of fighting ability, there was actually no qualitative improvement. In fact, the higher the realm, the more this was the case. It was already impossible to be like a small cultivator who increased his magical power, strengthened his soul, and increased the strength of his arms. Fortunately, this was a proper Xianxia world, and not a world where strength was measured by weight. Comparing the strength of his arms and throwing out a punch of 100,000 pounds, the void would shake and space would become unstable. In his previous life, he had seen excavators digging the earth many times. Those were also hundreds of thousands of pounds of strength, but he didn't seem to see any signs of instability in space. It was precisely because the yin spirit monarch stage had a limited increase in a cultivator's fighting ability that the so-called stability requirement at this stage wasn't high. There was no need to worry about falling back to the yuanying stage after a fight. If one didn't have a nascent soul, where would they fall back to? The true monarch stage was a stage where one was extremely reliant on the Tao realm. It was also the stage where cultivators explored the truth and essence of the universe. Lu Xiaoyi had an innate advantage in the Tao realm, so all of this happened naturally. In the future, he would still examine his 6 Yantian Tao realms from the perspective of a yin soul true monarch. Presumably, due to the increase in his cultivation level, he would have a deeper understanding of them when he revisited them. Only by doing all this and having the strength to fight Yang God head-on would he return to Heaven's Choice and explore the secrets of the Nameless Sword Principal Tablet. His intuition told him that this day was not far away. After flying out of the atmosphere, he immediately felt the huge attractive force of the Heaven's Choice continent. This phenomenon actually existed in every realm and celestial body of the origin world. It was just that the size of an ordinary realm wasn't enough to create too much of a burden on a cultivator. But everything was different in Heaven's Choice. Everyone knew the relationship between diameter and volume. Since Heaven's Choice was so huge, it also meant that its volume was even larger. The gravitational force it produced was not something ordinary cultivators could contend against. It wasn't too obvious in the atmosphere, but once out of the atmosphere, cultivators had to use all of their strength to get rid of the gravitational force of the continent. 10,000 years ago, only half immortals could get rid of it. But now, late-stage yuanying could barely do it. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Lu Xiaoyi. He didn't sense any other cultivators leaving Heaven's Choice. It wasn't that there weren't any, but that the continent was too big, and the chances of encountering them weren't small. He had already given up on the idea of meeting up with the diplomatic mission. It would be best if they encountered them, but if they didn't, he would go on his own. To him, the universe was his home regardless of whether it was the positive or negative space. They flew forward with great difficulty. When they first flew in, it wasn't so difficult. This was the difference between getting rid of the gravitational force and getting rid of the gravitational force. They couldn't be compared. When they flew in, it took them less than 2 years. But now that they were flying out, it would probably take twice as long. It didn't matter. As they flew, they could adapt to their new realm. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The further they flew, the weaker the gravitational force. This change was gradual and in accordance with objective laws. In the process of flying for several years, he also encountered a few groups of cultivators. Yes, those who flew out of Heaven's Choice continent were in groups because their target was the origin world. After all, a person's strength was limited. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to gain a foothold in the origin world. Moreover, the origin world was currently very chaotic. Yuanying cultivators were all talented, and there were good and bad people mixed together. Fights in the universe were commonplace. This forced the cultivators to huddle together for warmth. Whether it was in the negative space or the origin world, with such a large number of people, it would be much less troublesome. At the very least, people wouldn't think that they had grown fat at first glance. There was a group of more than 10 people, all of them yuanying. Among them, there were a few yuanying cultivators who found it very difficult to fly in the gravitational field due to their realm. In fact, with their strength, they shouldn't have come out to participate in this muddy water. However, everyone had their own difficulties. There were many people who had left their homes in anger after being defeated in Heaven's Choice continent. This group of people was very united. Everyone formed a group and flew together, showing the rare quality of not abandoning and not giving up. However, their strength was very ordinary. They were even weaker than Daoist Sandus group. Now that they had to bring along a few burdens, it was even more difficult. Lu Xiaoyi took the initiative to join them with the intention of doing good deeds every day. This allowed the group's speed to improve. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take them to fly? Of course, doing good deeds every day was a joke. Lu Xiaoyi also had his own considerations. In any case, He was now a true monarch. He could be considered a grand cultivator among human cultivators. Therefore, he had to have the demeanor of a grand cultivator. He didn't want people to mention him, Lu Xiaoyi, in the future, and how many people he had killed. There should at least be a few stories of him helping an old woman cross the road, right? Cultivators were first and foremost human. Helping others when they were in trouble should be a normal attitude. This would never change. Otherwise, he would really become a pure murderous demon king. This wasn't what he wanted. Of course, there was also a little bit of selfishness. From the start, he felt that this trip wouldn't be so peaceful. With his actions in the Heaven's Choice continent, could he really leave with a flick of his sleeves and not bring a single cloud with him? Therefore, by finding such a group to help others, he would also be helping himself. It wouldn't be so conspicuous. It would be like an elder of a sect leading a group of useless disciples on an arduous journey. Chapter 1253. This was a tractor. Among the 10 or so people, most of the Yuanying were barely able to fly. There were also a few burdens. More than half of the driving force of the formation came from the newly joined true monarchs. This made the Yuanying extremely grateful. This was also the reason why Lu Xiaoyi chose them. If you chose a group of true monarchs, who would be grateful to you? They would only find you troublesome. Their intentions were unclear. He didn't ask why they had no choice. There was only one kind of happiness, but there were countless kinds of sadness. In the cultivation world, you have to learn to tolerate it and treat these possible injustices as the normal rhythm of cultivation. Ever since a cultivator stepped into the cultivation world, it was a process of fighting against the heavens and people. There was no fairness. Because he was dragging a group of people, his speed was greatly affected. He estimated that he would be delayed for at least 1 or 2 years. But compared to his goal, it was worth it. While he was always on guard against possible dangers, the dangers were nowhere to be seen. Their group was just like countless people chosen by the heavens. They yearned for the beauty of the origin world and were driven by various backgrounds to embark on this journey with an unknown future. These people were actually the mainstream of the cultivators of the Heaven's Choice continent. They didn't care about which origin world they were attacking. This was because they knew that they were cannon fodder. Even if they survived, they would be in a disadvantageous position in the future distribution of benefits. He was very quiet. This was because he had to familiarize himself with the true monarch stage. The group behind him was also very quiet. He didn't know the reason, but silence was beneficial to everyone. Lu Xiaoyi didn't need to make up a story. These Yuanying also didn't need to find a reason for their departure. Everyone had their own place. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. The gravitational force had obviously decreased. Even the weakest Yuanying could fly on their own. Lu Xiaoyi stopped dragging them. Both sides understood that it was time to separate. This was a tacit understanding. But the result of the decrease in gravitational force, other than being able to fly more freely, there was also trouble. Because here, the battles between cultivators were basically unaffected. This was also the place where the internal members of the Heaven's Choice settled their disputes. The group of Yuanying that Lu Xiaoyi was helping were obviously in a similar situation. Someone was waiting for them. They were 3 monks, 1 Buddha, and 2 bodhisattvas. They quietly hovered in the void, but they only looked at Lu Xiaoyi in surprise. Obviously, they did not expect that there would be a perfected cultivator among this group of people. This was not within their control. Was it a chance encounter? Or was it the mastermind behind the scenes? It was hard to tell. The leader of the Yuanying group, Hu Da, transmitted his divine sense to him. "Master, this is our problem. It has nothing to do with you. I will explain it to them. Thank you for your help along the way. If you don't die, I will repay you in the future." Lu Xiaoyi sighed. "Do you think they will believe you if you tell them now?" It was too late. At the very least, he would definitely be accused of being an accomplice. He might even be accused of being the instigator. Let's continue watching. There's no need to explain. Hu Da was a little embarrassed. Master, our actions in Heaven's Choice are a little unbearable. Lu Xiaoyi didn't care. Everyone has their weaknesses. No one is more noble than anyone else. If I can help you, I will. If I can't, I will leave. You guys have to be smart. He was never a good person. In these few years, he had met several groups of cultivators. The reason why he helped this group was because he felt that they never left each other. People with this kind of quality, how bad could they be? There were countless filthy things in the cultivation world, but they were all just on the surface. Even he, Lu Xiaoyi, was not a good person in the eyes of the people of Heaven's Choice. G Country's Dragon Tree greets fellow Daoist. I wonder which country fellow Daoist is in. Where do you sit on the tablet? G Country, one of the 36 high countries. It had the Nirvana Tao tablet, and it was also a country where Buddhism flourished. Lu Xiaoyi had been in Heaven's Choice for more than 10 years, and he rarely met any Buddhists. All of them were extremely low-key. Who would have thought that he would bump into them when he was about to leave? This was fate. The attitude of Buddhists was actually what he cared about the most. However, with his Yuaniing cultivation, he was unable to focus on this. Sitting on the tablet was asking about one's origin. It was not the same as asking which country one came from. The flow of talents of Heaven's Choice cultivators was more casual, especially when they reached the level of monarch. Of course, they couldn't only pass through one Tao realm. They had to go around seeking Tao. Where to sit on the tablet was asking which country he was seeking Tao in. Which country fellow Daoist was asking about his true origin. Of course, there was a possibility that there was, and there was a possibility that there wasn't. He wasn't sure. Rogue cultivators, nameless people, don't mention it. Lu Xiaoyi played dumb. It was hard to say who he was. If he told them the truth, he might bring unnecessary trouble to those nascent soul-stage cultivators, such as colluding with the main world. It was meaningless to make up an identity, so he might as well refuse. However, refusing to reveal his identity would be seen as a guilty conscience in the eyes of others. The Dragon Tree Buddha didn't pester him. 5 years ago, the G Country's lonesome pagoda forest was robbed. Countless Buddhist treasures and relics in the forest were emptied. It was the most serious blasphemy incident in G Country for thousands of years. We have sufficient reason to suspect that this incident is related to you, so we stopped you. As long as you can prove that there are no Buddhist treasures in your storage rings, you can leave. However, if you can't, the Buddha above will not allow anyone to be presumptuous in the land of Buddha. Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. It turned out that he actually helped a group of tomb robbers. Tomb robbers? They were really bold to dare to come and touch the treasured shrines of the ancestors of the monks. He didn't know how they did it with their weak strength. In the cultivation world, it was actually the same as in the mortal world. There were also countless obscure and unpopular organizations, such as this kind of organization that wanted to touch the places where people's ancestors were worshipped. The so-called treasure hunting of the cultivators was actually a kind of tomb robbing behavior. The only difference was whether there was an owner or not. If there was no owner, then it was an opportunity. If there was an owner, then it was tomb robbing, blasphemy, and provocation. Robbing the tomb of a Buddhist country's pagoda forest was indeed not a good reputation. In the cultivation world, everyone despised it. This was the most basic common sense that every cultivator should abide by. As for him, he couldn't ignore this kind of behavior just because he was dragging his feet all the way. However, Hu Da was very straightforward. Since they were stopped, there was nothing to say. Although there were only 3 monks in front of them, they weren't opponents that they could deal with. The 2 bodhisattvas were great perfection guardian monks. Not to mention, there was also a Buddha at the level of supreme. If they were to fight, they had no chance of winning. Therefore, he waved his hand. More than 10 Yuaniing took out their storage rings and released the restriction inside. Obviously, they had already expected this and had a countermeasure. The Dragon Tree Buddha didn't say anything, but the 2 bodhisattvas went forward to check carefully. Not only did they check the storage rings, they also checked the bodies of these Yuaniing. This was somewhat rude and treated them like criminals. However, the Yuaniing didn't resist. Obviously, they were already mentally prepared for this. They found nothing. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.